Hello, weary travelers, and welcome to the Come and Go Tavern. My name is Sheela Ornthalis, and I'll be your hostess this afternoon. Today's kitchen special is fresh sourdough bread with a topping bar. We've got an arrangement of butters, jams, jellies, fruits, some meats, all that sort of fun stuff. Basically, like it is the beginning of the year. We are trying to clear out our stocks. Everything is all good, but you know, we want to refresh things for the new year. But anyway, it looks like Emily is currently available for a full service package, if you know what I mean. But if you see anything or anyone else on the menu that you're interested in, just let me know and we'll see what we can do. Hello, Ogre Daddy. Hello, Osiris. Yeah, Osiris, have you not been here since we refreshed the music? This is the thing that I was talking about over on Discord a while back, about how there was an issue with the Storyblocks license through Elgato. That issue being that Elgato dropped it, and so I had to go kind of searching for new music myself. Those of you watching in the VOD and not hearing the music, the second one could best be described as like let's see, I want to say that one's technically Balkans jazz. Could also be referred to as maybe hot jazz, but I feel like Balkans inspired jazz is more appropriate for that specific one. It's not quite a Latinate sort of music, but yeah, I think that the kind of tango dancing and the salsa dancing emotes are definitely the best choice there, because that goes well beyond the normal kind of dance that we normally see. Yeah, no, I'm going to step out of character for a moment here, because, oh, you'll lurk for now, gotta feed the pups. Oh, yeah, fair enough, fair enough. Yeah, there's some shit happening in the world, and I would be an irresponsible entertainer for not addressing it. I am painfully aware of what's going on. I have feelings about the Venezuela situation that could be most accurately described as incandescent. But I'm going to do my best to be normal about these things, and also not say anything that could get me in legal trouble. I encourage you all to do the same. At the end of the day, actions matter more than words, but words will get you into legal issues. I will, however, reflect upon what has unfortunately over the last year become a permanent resident on our chalkboard right over here of "Nae kings, nae queen, no laird, nae master. We will nae be fooled again. Nac mac Feegle." If you've read the Discworld books, you know the Nac mac Feegle and their struggles very well. But it is a motto to live by, I believe. Anyway, today we will be continuing Shadowrun Dragonfall. We finished up last time with an assignment to take down a group of racist right-wingers indoctrinating kids into their views, but unfortunately their leader did get away. Starting out, we'll also be wrapping up that post-mission faffing about from that, so we can get on to doing better work of helping out the underserved of society with improving their lives through direct action. And I want to be very clear that this is simply where we left off the game last time, and not intentional commentary on any ongoing situations. It's just that storytelling and reality happen to rhyme sometimes. As always, I will also be available for comments, questions, and concerns about the tavern, as well as regular old conversations, so don't be afraid to fill that chat with discussion. And yeah, that's completely fine, Osiris. I get ya. Let's see. We're gonna find out real quick. Oh, thank you very much for that. Yeah, the new music is absolutely great. Currently, it doesn't appear in the VODs because I was not able to get a YouTube license for it. I am deeply trying to get said YouTube license for it because I desperately want to have it in my VODs. But, you know, we'll cross that bridge when we get there. Let's see. Let's check in with everybody. Appreciate the effort you're making, but you've got some big shoes to fill around here. Yeah, it's almost as if Shadowrun has messaging of some sort. Listen, I really dislike the fact that Shadowrun's messaging becomes more pertinent every fucking day. I want to go back to the world of my late college years where people were like, oh, this is too ham-handed. This is unrealistic. This is, like, people would never be this blatantly racist. Anyway, You need a job. Sooner you realize that, the better. Nothing stays secret for long in the F-State. The flux demands transparency. The truth will always get out. And the truth about Monica's death is now on the breeze, flowing through the streets of Berlin. Next come visitors of uncertain intent. Some may just be bottom feeders sniffing after the leavings of the dead. Others will be hunters looking to exploit our leaderless tribe. We're all stepping up to fill the void left by Monica. The old troll rubs a thumb pensively across his single and broken horn. You might have something there, if you can keep that group together. There are trying times ahead. Seen it before. Too many times before. Anything else you need? I wanted to hear more about the war. Lane grumbles and massages phantom pain in his synthetic limbs. Damn it. Why won't the world just let an old soldier fade away like MacArthur promised? Alright, time to listen to the world news headlines while you get dressed. Good luck, buddy. You were military? Where did you serve? Back home with the Finnish Defense Force. Jaeger Brigade. Ooh. Lane clenches and unclenches a fist, either out of repressed anger or more phantom pain. His weathered face betrays nothing. The Russians thought to come at us from the north as well as the west, through the Lapland, thinking us weaker there. They thought wrong, and the snow was painted pink on both sides of the border. Tell me more about the Hero Wars. Doubt there's much I could tell you that you wouldn't have learned in school. That you should have learned in school. Russians invaded. Hell if I can remember why. The world was more a mess back then than it was today, if you ask me. They attacked Poland and Finland first. Well, okay, at least they got that wrong. Poland broke within months, opening the door into Germany. I had no contacts in Berlin back then, mind you. Can't really say how bad things were here. Had battles of my own to worry about. Sorry, I won't bother you about it anymore. Thank you. Anything else then? No, I'll be going. Alright, let's check in with Simi Kim. She weaves an awkward dance through scattered refuse. Her too thin legs wobble, but she keeps her footing throughout. The sun will come out tomorrow. Bet your bottom dollar that tomorrow there'll be sun. Uh-huh. Yeah. Commence long Marge Simpson groan. It's lovely singing, Kim. Do you like the song? It means tomorrow will be a better day. Monica used to say something like that. When I was tired, when I was sad, when I only wanted to sleep, she would tell me that. She told me I would forget. Pain would go away. I've lived many lives, but I've been an orphan more times than anything. It was the first story I found when I needed to get away. So, do you like it here in the Quartz Bazaar? Kim turns her head so as not to look you in the eyes. Her posture is that of someone who fears the possible repercussions of her answer. It's good. I can get what I need from Zach Flash or Doc Escabel, and they let me pay however I can. Monica was always nice, and Paul Amsel. And the Angel is nice to me too, usually. I know Monica's gone now, but I can still say, right? Of course you can stay, Kim. Thank you. Oh, thank you. I don't know what else I would do. Has anybody ever tried to get you off the Sims? We need them. Monica understood that, and Zach says they're safe. I don't know what I'd do without them. Without them, I dream. I don't want to dream. I don't want to remember. They help me forget. They help me be strong and smart. And I never lose anyone. Makes it a good thing, right? Maybe someday you won't need them. Maybe. Let's talk another time then. Alright. Let's deliver the Humanist donor list. The machine accepts the data upload, and only a few moments later, a certified cred stick is spat out the coin slot. The phone's old LCD readout displays the text: Freedom, Equality, Information. Schockwellenreiter. Now, how much karma does that leave me with? Alright, 5 karma. Let's see. What do I need to get the next thing? Okay, so I need 7 karma. Yeah, I need at least 7 karma. Close combat strength. You know what? Let's go ahead and pop that, if only to give myself access to either another drone or to another weapon in case a drone gets destroyed. Lucky Strike raises an eyebrow at your approach. A burning cigarette dangles between the fingers of her right hand, and she holds a glass of scotch in her left. Sheela, fancy seeing you again. Yeah, I was hoping to chat. Oh, she takes a long drag of her cigarette. Well, color me intrigued. What did you want to talk about? Do you know anything about an organization called the Lodge? Bear's Group, you mean? She puts back her glass and swallows. Sure. I've done a few jobs for them. They pay well. The whole ominous secret organization thing they try to keep going is a little weird, but whatever. Money is money, and they've got it. What can you tell me about Dwyer? Best that I can tell, he's just a middle-rung toady, like any other corporate suit that you deal with before a run. Only difference is that his organization isn't corp. Probably. I think he's a little fresh-faced for what the Lodge has him doing. In the beginning, there were some credibility issues. I had a hard time taking the guy seriously. But then he started waving wads of Nuyen around, and well, that all cleared up in a flash. Afraid that I can't help you dig any deeper. He's an occasional client. She takes a sip of scotch and chases it with a long drag of her cigarette. Even if I knew more about Dwyer, I wouldn't tell you. Shadowrunners who kiss and tell have a funny way of dying young. Been finding much work recently? Yeah, but the Kreutz Bazaar isn't the best place to do it. There aren't a ton of jobs out here if you don't have a network. You don't have people in the Kreutz Bazaar? Nope, my crew is in Mitte. There's lots of work out there if you can handle it, but life isn't as pleasant there as it is in the Kreutz Bazaar. She gestures to her cigarette, or with her cigarette, the tip glowing red in the gloom. You mostly visit your lovely little kiosks between runs and restock, or to restock and relax. It's a good place for that. Nice and slow paced. It's... She pauses for a moment to search for a word. Quaint. Don't suppose you'd be interested in taking a permanent position on my team? Don't suppose I would. Like I said, I've got a team of my own. Good people who've earned my loyalty 100 times over. I can do a little moonlighting here and there, but they wouldn't take it kindly if I've up and bailed on them. She takes another sip of scotch. Better that it stay like this. You need me for a run? I'm available. You just need to pay me first. Keeps things clean and simple. Fair enough. Is the bartender here any good? Nope. It's called their Winkerkeller, Weinkeller, for a reason. Guy behind the bar is more like a bush league sommelier than he is a proper bartender. Knows a bit about wine, but when it comes to mixing drinks, he's useless. If you want a drink, I'd recommend sticking to something simple. Try ordering something with more than 2 ingredients, and you're asking for trouble. So are you a wine drinker then? Me? No. Never developed a taste for it. She tilts her glass, swirling the amber liquid inside. I'm not a big fan of sweet things. Never have been, not even when I was a kid. Always preferred smoke. Well, if you don't like wine, why hang out at a wine bar? Welcome back, Osiris. Because it's usually empty in here, and I don't like to be bothered. And as hopeless as the bartender is, it's tough to mess up scotch if you order it neat. Now, do you have another question, or... Message received. I gotta run then. Yeah, see ya. Yep, the world continues to be on fire. I am, as I said at the beginning of the stream, trying my best not to be incandescent about the whole thing. Yep. Yep. There's only so much one person can do on their own. Let's take a look at your cyberware. Let's see what we've got. Six HP, 1 quickness, 1 dodge. So, how's about those corpo goons? Yep. I was just looking at some cyberware and pricing things out to, deal with said corpo goons. Well, thank you very much for the coin toss. What's the deal with the special concoction? Flash's grin broadens even further, his mouth disturbingly large. And there's something menacing about the sight of those 2 white teeth. This is the real deal, chummer. A proprietary blend designed and delivered by yours truly. Pharmaceutical-grade kamikaze cut with genuine spirit residue from the tear, and then mixed with my secret blend of herbs and spices. You want to get high? Buy some Nova Coke and throw yourself a party. But if you want to soar, get yourself some Flash. Yeah, I have heard all of his stuff before, but I wanted to double check because sometimes you find out new things. Let's see. I like the look of the Cobra TZ 110. That's a nice looking rifle. I think... Okay, these are all smags. Oh, the FNHAR is pretty neat too. Okay, the AK-97 is the one that I own. Alright, I'm gonna hold off for now. I will inevitably be getting something later. I'm sure of it. Well, now you got Towley's voice in your head. What? Why though? You want to get high? Yeah, fair enough. Both medkits and concussion grenades. Oh, it's called the Sundowner. I hate that. But also, there we go. Right, that gives us some very specific things and prices. So we're gonna need about 5,500 new yen. I mean, yeah, it does flash grenades, so I get what they were going for. But having grown up in the southern United States, that term has a different meaning. Kami brightens up as you approach her, grinning widely. Hey there! Outdog was telling me you were around. I was wondering if you might be willing to trade a story or two. What are you looking for exactly? The girl taps her finger thoughtfully against her chin. Well, you're new here. I know that you knew Monica, and I've got a vague idea about what went down the night she died, but I want to know what you think your most exciting adventure has ever been. How did you hear about all that? She smirks playfully. Remember, I'm Aldug's ears and hands outside of the cafe. We share a lot of intel, he and I. So what's the story between you two, then? She glances away briefly before returning her gaze to you. I suppose I can tell you. If the Monica thing was a secret of yours, it's only fair that I share one of my own. I never really went to school. Pretty much been a street kid as long as I can remember, and there was so much to learn from people outside of school that I never really bothered. Makes it difficult to get a job, so as all good street kids do, I chose a place to haunt with my friends and always hung out there. That was Artuk's cafe, and he was super nice about me and mine. I felt more comfortable with him than I ever did mein Vater. Her eyes narrow only for the briefest moment at the word, and we talked a lot when I was waiting around for him with my friends. He must have been fairly comfortable with me too, otherwise he wouldn't have offered me a job. What is it that you do, really? Technically, I'm the barista, but like I said before, ears and hands. I run his errands, I gather gossip, and sometimes I even make coffee. I much prefer his hookah options, though. Real coffee makes me feel paranoid. And speaking of which, I should probably get back to work. See you around. That lady's just walking around with her ass hanging out. Welcome back, runner. The Humanist leader is safe. Hope that pays off. It does, for you. Here's your pay, he says, slipping a cred stick into your hands. See you around. Now, honestly, I probably wouldn't have let him go if he hadn't gotten away, hadn't run so fast. Welcome back, Honor Defendant. How may I serve you? Just killing that time. I'll be going now. Some people need to let their ass breathe. In the snow? Yep. Oh, okay, I guess she does have a skirt, kind of. Oh, okay. Yeah, okay. That's just an interesting color choice, shall we say. Like those ladies who walk around in tights that are the same color as their skin tone. Always makes me do a double take. Maybe the snow feels good. I mean, listen, fair enough, I guess. If that's your bag, you know? Sheela, I was hoping I'd see you. Do you have another run lined up from us yet? I'm strapped for cash. Why the hell are you strapped for cash? With the amount of work we've been doing, you should be rolling in New Yen. What can I say, Chief? He tries on a thoroughly unconvincing smile, but immediately seems to think better of it. The anxious look returns to his face. I have expensive tastes. How expensive are we talking here? Even if you have a raging cram habit, I think you'd have at least some money left. Expensive. Truth be told, I'm in debt. In debt? To who? He hesitates before responding. When he does, his voice carries an edge of annoyance. No offense, but this is getting a little too personal, Chief. My debts are none of your business. If some bookie sends his thugs here looking for you, it's going to become my business. So talk. Now. but shakes his head in exasperation. Alright, fine. First off, you don't need to worry about anyone coming after me. My debts are to a bunch of old contacts. If I don't pay them, I'm gonna lose them. In this line of work, it isn't smart to burn bridges. Second, before you ask, those debts are for services rendered. I was in a tight spot. I needed some help, and I threw around a lot of IOUs to get it. Third and finally, the trouble I was in involved a girl. I'll tell you about it if you ask me to, but we're verging deep into personal feelings territory. So if you don't want to hear me sob over my ex-girlfriend, drop the subject now. So, it's up to you, Chief. You really want to go down this road, or shall we keep this relationship professional? Hello, Meat Stick. Enjoy your lurk. Well, you're clearly preoccupied with this. In our line of work, preoccupied can get you killed, so spit it out and we'll deal with it. Blitz meets your gaze for a moment and looks away in sighs. Alright. Where to begin? I met Emily in the Dragonfall. She was the first person who was ever more important to me than myself. I was crazy about her, Chief. To this day, she's the only person I ever met who could outdeck me. And the real kicker is that she wasn't even a decker by trade. There was nothing she wasn't good at. I like to dabble in rigging, but Emily? That girl could pick up anything that she set her mind to. Sounds like a hell of a girl. She was. She made things right. No matter how stupid I was, no matter what I got myself into, she made it right. I don't think much of many people, Chief. Emotional attachments aren't really my thing. Love seems like a diluted word these days, so I won't waste it on Emily. Let's just say that she was important to me. And I lost her. I didn't know what was happening. It came out of nowhere. One day she was just gone, along with most of my decking gear. The only explanation was a handwritten note on old-fashioned paper. Leave me alone. That was it. We'd been together for years, and that was all she left me. This beat-up old cyberdeck. Naturally, I freaked. We'd had our share of arguments, but we'd never had a huge blowout or anything. Couldn't think of anything that'd drive her to do a thing like that. Mostly, I felt hurt. So I searched for her, in the real world and in the Matrix. When that turned up nothing, I started tapping my contacts. That was when I started racking up debt. And so, did you find her? No. She's gone, Sheela. Not a trace. I looked high, I looked low. Poked into everything I could think of, and my contacts did the same. She's gone, Chief. He shakes his head. At this point, I've accepted that. We still have to repay those debts. I'm surprised that you've given up so easily. There must be someplace you haven't looked. He blinks. I don't know, Sheela. I really did look everywhere. And at great personal cost. I mean, if she means that much to you, you owe it to yourself to try. Yeah. Yeah, you may be right. He shakes his head. Fuck. I thought I was done with this. But you're right. Without some kind of closure, I'm never going to be at peace with this. Thanks for the talk, Chief. I'll let you know how it goes. You do that, Blitz. Fuck. Like, it's one of those weird things where if she really doesn't want to be contacted, you know, he shouldn't contact her directly, but at least getting to know what she's up to, knowing that she's still alive and living well might be good for him. Really came through for me, boss. You ever need anything from me, anything at all, then you call on me. I'll come running. How's Alexander holding up? He's a good kid. That nephew of mine. Give him some time, and he'll shake Stahl's programming. Might take a while, but he'll adjust to life here in the Kreuzbazaar. In the meantime, I found a good home for him. Samuel's agreed to take him in. Is that wise? Samuel's employees have no love for Humanus. Most of them don't even like humans. Best thing for the kid will be to learn through immersion. If he stays with Samuel's group, he'll have no choice but to interact with metahumans. Soon enough, he'll learn that they're no different from anyone else. First few days will be rough, no question, but he'll make it through. I can come out the other side a better man for it. Seems like a tough kid. Don't die, you're right. Dietrich slaps you on the shoulder. You're a good woman, boss. On to other things. Remember what I was telling you back before we climbed into the van? Yeah, you were saying that the Dragon Slayer was happy and that you'd been given a reward. That's right. Thanks to our, let's not mince words, heroic actions back in the swine pit, the Dragon Slayer has seen fit to grant me his favor. His grin widens. And now I know what that means, and what I can do with it. I'm listening. Well, he has seen me fit to grant me a new ability. He gestures at the ground near his feet, namely this. As you watch, the spot that Dietrich is pointing at begins to glow. Lines of force spread out in a scintillating web, and a feeling of raw power suffuses your body. I've just torn open a channel between myself and the Dragon Slayer. That power that you feel is his power, pouring through the ether and into that spot. If you're familiar with ley lines, it's the same basic concept. I consecrate a patch of ground, and as long as I stand in that spot, all of my magic gets stronger. He crosses his arms over his chest. Not bad, huh? What about another mage or shaman? Could someone else benefit from one of these channels too? He shrugs. Don't see why not. Like I said, it's basically a ley line. As long as you're on the Dragon Slayer's good side, I don't see why you couldn't use it. My idol, he isn't stingy with his gifts. Anyway, boss, we want to keep fiddling with this, learning to properly control it. I'm sure that you've got things to do as well, so you take care of whatever else that needs doing, and by our next run, I'll be ready to use this. Have a good one. Wish you luck. You too, boss. As you approach, Iger turns to face you. Her rifle has been field stripped and is laying in pieces on a sheet of butcher paper. Arranged in a neat row along the edge of the paper are bottles of copper solvent, floor cleaner, and lighter fluid. Our fearless leader returns. What do you need? I'd like to hear about your time in the KSK. She shakes her head. No, I'm not in the habit of sharing war stories, Sheela. Not with people who've never served. Thank you very much for the hydrate. I actually definitely need that. Good water. It doesn't have to be a war story. I just want a better idea of who I'm running with. She looks at you in the eye for a moment, evaluating. Finally, she shrugs. All right, Sheela, you win. I owe everything to my time in the KSK. My street name on down. So you tell me what you want to know, and we'll see where this goes. Tell me how you got your street name then. Back when I was in basic training, a fellow recruit made a vulgar joke at my expense. He said that I reminded him of the north face of the Eiger in the Bernese Alps. Huge and beautiful, but dangerous to climb. His tone left little doubt as to what sort of climbing he had in mind. Well, okay then. I think that he was trying to proposition me in his clumsy way, poking me in front of the other recruits to try and provoke a reaction. She shrugs. Anyway, he got one. I broke 3 of his ribs and the name stuck. Served him right. Iger regards you with a critical eye. You might actually mean that. But then, you may just be trying to get on my good side. Anyone who'd use a line that bad deserves to get smacked around a little. She nods. For once, we're in complete agreement. But there was more to it than that. As soon as that idiot made his little joke, it was a foregone conclusion that I was getting saddled with the nickname Iger. My only choice in the matter was whether it happened under his terms or under mine. If I hadn't broken that twit's ribs, the name Iger would have...
Mom, can you help me get a snack off the high shelf?
I can, sweetie, but aren't you taller than me at this point?
Yeah, but you have that grabby spell that I don't.
Alright, that's fair. Okay, I'll be with you in just a second. I seriously need to teach her to knock louder, because I didn't hear her until she was actually crying my name. Well, you know what I mean. Let me finish up this conversation real quick. I'll be right with you. If I hadn't broken that twit's ribs, the name Iger would have meant a difficult sexual conquest to a whole barracks full of recruits. And that's what I would have been to them from that point on. My own accomplishments be damned. Thanks to what I did, my new name meant the troll who doesn't take shit from anyone instead. It's a name I'm proud to go by, and I've hung on to it ever since. Iger pauses for a moment, then looks you in the eye. A word of advice to you, Sheela. If anyone ever puts you in the position that he put me in, he demeans you in front of your unit, whatever his intent. The appropriate response is to put that person down hard. Out in the field, nothing will kill you faster than losing the respect of your team. By that logic, I should have broken your ribs after Smileca died. In your place, I would have. He looks you up and down, appraising you. Not that you'd have succeeded if you tried, but in terms of saving face, it would have done wonders. In all seriousness, Sheela, I'm sorry I put you you in that position. You shouldn't have, and I acknowledge that. She straightens. Need anything else, or can I get back to prepping for our next run? Alright, nope, your name is Mom. Okay, to a certain portion of the population of this village, yes. But, still. We'll continue this conversation with Iger when we come back from that break. We'll be away for 5 minutes, so stand up, stretch, do all that good stuff, and we'll be back soon. Alright, sweetie. So, we've got some of that Dutch baked bread that I was talking about earlier. That stuff's really good, especially with the strawberry jam. travelers, to the Come and Go Tavern. Yes, indeedy, Lampy, we are in fact playing Shadowrun today. I hope you enjoyed the back half of your Picross stream. I was lurking in the background and I completely forgot to speak up and say something to get my coffee cup redeemed this morning, but it looked like you were having fun nonetheless. For those of you who've never joined us here at the Come and Go Tavern, my name is Sheela Ornthalis. I am the hostess and madam here at the tavern. Today's kitchen special is sourdough bread. We have a whole toppings bar kind of spread out. It's the beginning of the year. We're essentially cycling our stock. So there's things like jams, jellies, a variety of butters, some fruits, some vegetables, a couple of meats, all that sort of fun stuff. Oh yeah, the sourdough is fresh, so it is nice and warm, and we do that nice thick slice thing, so it kind of acts as a plate for whatever toppings you put on it. Oh, absolutely delicious. And I believe last time I checked, it was Emily who was available for a full service package. If you are interested in taking a look at our main menu, let's see, you should be able to do exclamation point food or exclamation point staff to look at either of those menus if you're just wanting to take a look at what we have to serve and who we have to serve, as it were. But yes, today we are playing Shadowrun Dragonfall, which is a fairly heavy-hitting game, so do be aware that there are as always with every Shadowrun property, deep political mentions and discussions of things like anarchism versus corporate states, things like that. For instance, the most recent mission we got back from was taking down a whole ring of right-wing fascists who were essentially indoctrinating kids into their racist way of thinking, and I promise you that that was not planned. That's just how things work, because sometimes fiction and reality rhyme. And I'm also just trying not to be incandescent about things that are going on in the real world today, so thank you for being here. Sometimes it do. Yep. Anywho, right now we're talking to Iger, our team's resident troll sniper. It's hard not to be incandescent, it is. That's what games are for, and especially this game, which, it's fine, everything is fine, yep. It is weird how Shadowrun keeps becoming more and more relevant, and I deeply wish it wasn't. But here we are, so we're going to continue talking to our resident troll sniper about her backstory, shall we? So, Iger straightens up. Need anything else? Or can I get back to prepping for our next run? Tell me about your team. She nods. Fair enough. I guess that you've earned. There were 8 of us. 2 commando squads working together as a single unit. Schmidt and Lange were combat deckers. Wolf was our rigger and combat engineer. Fischer handled demolitions. Braun was our medic. And the rest of us, Metzger, Kruger, and myself, were weapons experts. Ah, beans. Okay. Our mission was extraterritorial, technically illegal, but important enough to justify the risk. We'd been sent across the border into Poland. The Russian mafia had set up a cottage industry in human trafficking all along the Oder-Neisse line. And it was our job to disrupt it. I wish I had the etiquette for this. Go on. We were a good team, experienced. We went through a lot together, and we chalked up a lot of kills. In our own way, I'd like to think that we did some good. For context, if you don't know anything about the Shadowrun universe, at this point in the Shadowrun universe, the conflict she's talking about, Russia had invaded Poland and parts of the Lapland of Finland in a war of aggression to take territory from them. And she worked for the German armed forces, the KSK specifically. Who was in command? Metzger. Best leader I've ever had with the pleasure of serving under. Her face clouds. He was a hell of a man. But he went down with the rest of the team. Everyone but me. What happened to them? She shakes her head. No, that's one story I won't be telling. They died. That's all you need to know. Thanks, Iger. Was there something else you wanted to talk about, or can I get back to cleaning my rifle? Have you ever heard of an organization called the Lodge? Afraid not. If it's a Berlin thing, you might be better off talking to one of the others. They've all been here longer than I have. Any thoughts on the last run, then? After all the moral ambiguity that we've been wading through, hitting Humanus was incredibly satisfying. What they had planned makes my blood boil just thinking about it. I still wish that I could have put a bullet in Stahl's spine. If the fallout from tonight's run is as far-reaching as I think it's going to be, he's probably going to wind up wishing he was dead. And that's almost as satisfying. No more questions. Thank you, Iger. She turns back to the disassembled components of her rifle. Sure thing, fearless leader. Good talk. Oh, glory, glory, glory. Glory's expression remains distant. Her lips curl upward into a hint of a smile. We're starting to get through to her! Sheela, you need something? Everything still okay with you? You never need to worry about me, Sheela. I'm fine. I'd still like to know more about that chrome you're sporting. That's not a story that I'm interested in telling out of context. But if you really want to get into it, we're going to need to go back. Way back. She stares at you with her cold, dead eyes. I'm not sure that you want to do that. Alright, you say that you'll give me answers when we talk about your past. So let's talk about it. Why do you care? There is no hostility in her voice. If anything, she sounds suspicious. Because I'm the leader of this team, and I need to know as much as I can about the runners who are working with me. She pauses for a moment, considering, and then she nods. Alright, fine. We can talk. Doing it on my terms. This is a long story, Sheela. Long and ugly and cruel. Are you sure you want to hear about this? Please. Alright. I'm going to start at the beginning. Not for you, for me. I guess that it might help me to say all of this out loud. She takes a deep breath and slowly releases it. When she speaks, her voice comes out in a cool monotone. My family lived in Stuttgart. It was a nice enough place, I suppose. My parents worked as wage slaves for IFMU. My mom was a good person. Once upon a time, my father was a decent person as well. That's what Mom always told me. But I never knew him that way. She pauses for a long moment. When she begins speaking again, some of the ice has fallen away from her voice. For the first time since you met her, Glory sounds alive. The dad that I knew was an old, damaged Euro war vet who turned to the hardline religion to make sense of the world. In Stuttgart, that meant either the Ritter Christi or their fascist cousins, the Kreuzritters. My father chose the latter path. I still remember hiding in my room when my father had his Kreuzritter brothers over for prayer group. They would drink and get rowdy and then spend an hour or two riling themselves up with talk about heretics and the devil's work. Then they'd go find some poor elf or dwarf, stomp the living shit out of him, and drown him in the Neckar. Meanwhile, I'd be holed up at home with Mom, who would commemorate the evening by drinking a bottle of wine and crying herself to sleep. I'm sorry, Glory. No child should have to grow up around that. Thanks, Sheela. This is difficult for me. Thank you for making it easier. Anyway, aside from the fact that my dad and his buddies were a bunch of murderous assholes, life was pretty normal. I went to school, made friends, hung out with my mom, kid stuff. I turned 14 and everything went to shit. She pauses and swallows hard. Ever so slightly, her cheeks flush red. Suddenly, she looks self-conscious, as if she's just snapped out of a trance. As quickly as it came, the flush of emotion disappears. Her voice frosts over. I don't want to talk about this anymore. You don't need to say anything that you don't want to, but if you ever want to talk, you know where to find me. Thank you for your understanding. Blair stares at you through cold, dead eyes. And let's get back to the job at hand, shall we? Oh. If I didn't know any better, I'd think you were warming up to me. She studies your face for a moment before responding. I suppose that you might say that. I don't talk to many people, Sheela. Just doesn't seem to be worth the effort. I don't really feel much anymore. Since she caresses the chrome of her forearm with a hand made of articulated steel. This? If that's true, why are you still talking to me? I suppose because you've shown an interest, and because you haven't let me push you away. She locks eyes with you. Her expression is blank. I don't want to mislead you, Aunt Sheela. I still don't feel anything. No warmth, or friendship, or even trust. But I can appreciate the effort you're making. It's something new, and it's worthy of exploring. Have you heard about an organization called the Lodge? I've heard of a lot of lodges. Shamanic lodges, nature lodges, hunting lodges. Can you be more specific? A secret organization with a lot of pull. Not big on telling the truth. Any of that sound familiar? She pauses for a moment, considering. Finally, she shakes her head. Nothing is coming to me, sorry. Dietrich might be able to help. He's been in Berlin. Second rate! Hello, Keegan! Welcome, welcome, welcome! For those of you who are just joining us for the first time, my name is Sheela Ornthalis, and I run the Come and Go Tavern here. We are a full-service tavern, serving both drinks and food, as well as personal services. We have a number of professional lovers on our staff here, so you can hit exclamation point food or exclamation point staff for our menus. Hello, Miss Gorgeous Goblin. I hope you're having a nice day and having fun on Shadowrun. Oh, I am. I absolutely am. It's always interesting when the game that I have already scheduled to play lines up with things happening in the real world, so I'm trying desperately not to be incandescent about it. And we're just kind of burying ourselves in the characters' backstories wherever possible. Let's see, what was that you were playing? It said so in chat. Old Market Simulator. Okay, you gotta tell me about what Old Market Simulator is. Dietrich might be able to help. He's been in Berlin longer than any of us, and if this lodge does have shamanic connections, he'd be the most likely one to know. I'll ask him. Thanks. Any thoughts about the last run? I have no strong feelings about the run one way or another. Humanus is, of course, a horrible organization. Then so is every other target we've run against. To say that they deserved it would be redundant. She pauses for a moment to consider. I suppose that it would have been nice to see Stahl die, but his days are numbered anyway. When the F-State discovers what he was planning, he's going to wish that he had never been born. Well, it's kind of like Supermarket Simulator and the like, but more medieval style, and you can either order or make your own products to sell. It's pretty chill. We're producing more and more. Hey, fair enough. That's interesting. That's an extra layer added onto the Supermarket Simulator thing. Now, do you have to go out adventuring for your own supplies, or do you just essentially like buy supplies using profits from the market? Because that's always one of those situations that kind of knocks me off of games like I think it's Moonlighter, which is a very cool game, do not get me wrong, but the fact that like I don't know, I either want to do the adventuring for the supplies and sell them at the best price, or I want to do the crafting and shopkeep stuff. I don't want to have to do both. You know what I mean? But that's a personal thing. That's entirely a personal thing. I want to be able to focus on one thing. You said that things went bad when you turned 14. I'd like to keep talking about that. I'd rather not. Why not? Because I don't see a reason to. The memories are unpleasant, and dredging them up doesn't serve any real purpose. I mean, you're wrong about that. The last time we talked, it definitely had an impact on you. That's reason enough alone to continue. She pauses a moment to consider your words, a troubled look on her face. You can buy the supplies, but also you can go fishing, grow crops, have cows, mine ores, smelt it and craft weapons, etc., etc. But you don't have to fight. You can hire employees to take care of the shop in the day and do it yourself. Also, it can be a co-op. It's collaborating with another VTuber. Ooh. Okay, now that I dropped something. That actually sounds really cool because giving the option to do one or the other is a very strong thing. It's one of my favorite ways to co-op Stardew Valley, where essentially you get more than one player and each player kind of picks the task that they're best at. So you can have one person focused on farming, one person on mining, another person on fishing, all that sort of fun stuff. It distributes the workload almost as if it's a socialism thing. But anyway, it's just thinking how similar it sounds to Stardew Valley. Exactly. It's almost as if when we work together, we can make the world a better place. Anyway, not dwell on that too long. Okay, back to Glory and her sad story. I suppose that's true. Feeling discomfort is better than feeling nothing at all. Alright, here's the deal, Sheela. I'm going to talk, you listen. When I'm done, I'm done. No complaints and no arguments. We'll see what happens. Deal? Deal. Right. 1,000-meter stare creeps back into Glory's eyes. A moment later, she's locked away in her own head again, reliving memories that she'd long since filed away. So, a few days after my 14th birthday, I began to express magically. Go on. There's another long pause and Glory becomes more animated. Anyway, I turned 14. I awakened. I don't even remember how my parents found out about it anymore. I think that my dad caught me playing with a tiny city spirit that I coaxed out of a pile of garbage, something like that. 1,000 staircase. Yep, that's what I said. Definitely. Listen, open captions, it does the best job it can. It's one of the best uses for the kind of algorithmic stuff that we've got going on nowadays because it definitely improves the experience for people who are hearing impaired and have total hearing loss, but it is by no means a perfect solution. It's just the best one I've found so far. Getting back to the story, though. I don't even remember how my parents found out about it anymore. I think that my dad caught me playing with a tiny city spirit that I coaxed out of a pile of garbage. Something like that. Everything that happened afterward, those days are kind of a blur. What I do remember is that my father's response to the revelation was that his little girl was a witch. A hexa. He beat the living shit out of me with his fists, and his belt, and a claw hammer that he grabbed out of his toolbox. All the while, my mother was screaming and flailing at him. She took a couple of licks with the hammer, too. It's a miracle that you survived. I'm just lucky, I guess. So finally, after what felt like an hour... Hello, weather! Hello. After what felt like an hour, Dad stopped tuning me up with the hammer. Broken ribs, a busted arm, couldn't see out of my left eye, and my entire right side was one giant bruise. I was bleeding all over the place, making a real mess of the carpet. The old bastard spat on me, his bleeding, crying daughter. He spat on me and told me, "Thank you very much, I will in fact hydrate." Seriously, I wish that... Oh yeah, this is incredibly fucked up shit, Osiris. Glory is she is my favorite character in this game because of how deeply written her story is, but everyone in this game is representative of people who society failed, who families failed, who their friends failed, all trying to get back together and live better lives. But yeah, as I was gonna say, I really, really wish that somebody would make a water glass, like just a glass that has motion tracking dots on it, so that like streamers could like do the thing and just actually have a glass of water. You know what I mean? That would be extremely cool tech. So yeah, getting back to it. Oh, have good hydrate. Been eating good more fruits recently. Nice, 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 nice. The old bastard spat on me, his bleeding, crying daughter. He spat on me and told me that I was das Teufels Hure, the devil's whore. And he kicked me out of the house. As I was crawling away, my father told me that if he or any of his Kreuzpassar brothers ever saw me again, they'd treat me as the Berlin chapter treats the enemies of God. If you're not familiar with how the Kreuzritters are here in Berlin deal with heretics, it's decidedly less pretty than what my dad and his buddies did to their victims. I got the hint, and the next morning I hitched a ride out of Stuttgart. You were a human girl, presumably with an ID. Why didn't you go to a hospital? Oh, I did, but not in Stuttgart. If I went to a local hospital with the kind of injuries that Dad gave me, there'd be questions, and I couldn't afford to stay in town any longer than I had to. Even if my dad wound up getting arrested for beating me, the rest of the local Kreuzritters would have found me, and I'd have wound up skinned alive and thrown into the Neckar. Oh yeah, Father of the Year. I wound up in Tübingen. I figured it'd be safe enough to find medical attention, and maybe to call home. Not far from Stuttgart, but it has a huge student community that I figured I could blend into. And the university there has a decent magic department. And Ride dropped me off at the university hospital, and they patched me up pretty good. I had some questions about how I got so beaten up, but I lied and told them that I'd been mugged, which played nicely into my complete lack of cash, credit, and identification. Glory pauses for a moment and looks down at the floor and fixes her eyes on you. She's visibly tense. We're gonna fast forward through the next few years. I was a kid on the street. I got by the best as I could, doing whatever I had to do. The rest we can leave up to your imagination. Good? Yep. Yep. You did what you had to do. I'm no stranger to that myself. I don't think that anyone working in the shadows is. She nods. Figured you'd understand. So anyway, I lived on the street for a few years. Got used to being hungry all the time. Got used to getting rained on. Got by. I was painfully aware that I had magical talents, but without any kind of training or guidance, I didn't really know how to use or develop them. Truth be told, they scared me, so I more or less ignored them. So it just sort of went like that, until a few days after my 17th birthday. Then I met Marta, and everything changed. Marta was a sweet girl. At first I took her for a street kid like me. Her clothes were a little ratty, but she seemed comfortable being near me. But she also looked well-fed and happy. And those were two things that I hadn't been in years. We started hanging out, and before I knew what was happening, I was in love. There was a genuine attraction between Marta and me, I think. I also think that a lot of my affection for her came from the fact that she was the first person in years to give a damn about me. She cared, and I loved her for that. Gloria pauses. She looks flustered, her composure cracked. Keep going, Glory. If you want to. She stares at you for a beat, then nods. A few ragged breaths later, she continues. Marta told me about a place where she'd been hanging out. She invited me to join her there. It was called Feuerstelle, Fireplace. Sort of a commune of dispossessed youth. It turns out that a lot of the street kids I'd known over the years had moved there. The way that they disappeared, I'd assumed that they'd been kidnapped or killed, or gone back to their parents. There they were. I remember being kind of angry about it, like, how did everybody get the memo about this but me? Hello, Mistborn! Welcome, welcome, welcome! You've arrived just in time for us to be deep in the sad, sad story of Glory. And I do not mean for that to sound condescending. Her story is absolutely terrible, and if anything, or if nothing else, her story is the reason this game has the warnings it does on on streaming services and on even the gaming services and download sites that it's on, you know? Marta calmed me down. She was good at helping me through my feelings, and I wound up following her to the Führerstelle. To a street kid, it was basically paradise. The owner, a guy named Harrow, set up this little farm just outside Tübingen in the Schönbuch forest. Schönbuch was officially a nature park, but not too many people go there nowadays. Too much fear of paranormal animals, I guess. Anyway, park or not, it was plenty big enough for us to hide in. It was also safe and pretty, and the farm was well stocked with food. More importantly, Führerstelle gave us a sense of community and stability that we'd never had on the street. We loved Harrow for that. He became like a surrogate father to us. And anybody who knows anything about cults knows where this is going. Oh, okay, so I guess Open Captions decided not to subtitle that part. Neat. Good for you, Open Captions. That seems like a reasonable thing to do. That or it just crashed. Who knows? It's just off now. Oh, there it goes. Okay. Glory pauses again, and you remembered the distinctive flesh in her cheeks. She seems to have come out of her reverie once again. That's enough for now. I need to process all of this, and I don't want to continue forward until I've had a chance to do that. I know that this all happened years ago, but I guess it's still pretty raw to me. So I'm going to ask you to give me some space for a while. She turns away, and the frost begins to creep back into her voice. We can pick it back up later. Alright, fair enough, Glory. Oh, we got messages. Methbach, Gunari to Sheela. If you value new hardware coming into the Kreuzbazar, we need to talk. One of my weapons shipments was hijacked by a local gang. I can promise 500 new yen, and if you can recover the shipment, I'll have some new gear on the shelf. Oh, come see me for the details. Interesting. Escabel, Dr. Xavier. Sheela. Come see me at your earliest convenience. There's a matter we need to discuss. Okay. Let's see. Amsel's face winks onto the screen. Sheela, here you will find the complete transcript of my conversation with Herr Schmidt, a potential client. As you'll see, the details of the job are a bit more vague than I would like, but the payout is quite substantial. After reading the transcript, you may choose whether or not to accept the job. If you respond in the affirmative, our client will be notified, and I'll make all the necessary preparations for the run. One other thing. Herr Schmidt provided me with a device to assist you on the run. He calls it a little black box. Apparently, it can be used to compromise the power and security systems of the run site. If you opt to take the job, be sure to take it with you. Amsel's image flicker, then winks away. A moment later, a glowing blue text field begins to scroll up from the bottom of the screen. Greetings, Herr Amsel. I trust that this connection is secure? Naturally. To whom do I have the pleasure of speaking? Call me Herr Schmidt. Yeah, okay, Mr. Smith. Very well, Herr Schmidt. You have some business for me? Indeed. I have a job for your team. Simple matter. Judging by what I've heard of your team, I imagine they will be well suited to the task. Go on. The interests that I represent have learned that AG Chemi Europa is working on a company-wide project. Something very secret, very new. Reliable sources inform me that they're keeping a working prototype of this new venture in their Berlin facility. I see. And your employers wish us to acquire this prototype for them. Naturally. What is this project? If you want my team to grab the prototype for you, they'll need to know what they're looking for. I'm not at liberty to say. I can tell you that the prototype has been branded Mark 6. I can also tell you that your team will find it on the 25th floor of the Berlin facility in the office of one Albrecht Haushofer. Further, I can assist your team in disabling, building security, and gaining access to the 24th floor. From there, however, they will be on their own. Such vagueness can be dangerous, Herr Schmidt. I will not commit my team to run without a better understanding of what the job entails. Facing such dangers is the purpose of a Shadowrunner, Herr Amsel. Your team will be rewarded handsomely for their services. My employers have set aside 20,000 nuyen for the job. Consider it hazard play, if you wish. Make it 25,000 nuyen or look somewhere else. 22.5. Final offer. Very well. I will pass your offer on to my team. Are there any further details that you can provide? Householder's office will be locked behind a vault door. The lock is old-fashioned of the mechanical variety. I will provide your team with a copy of the key. I will also supply you with a little black box, a solid-state device that your team can use to override a variety of building systems. Your team will enter through the facility's underground garage. When your team has acquired the Mark 6, have them exit through the same garage. I will have a van there waiting to extract them. Thank you, Herr Amsel. I'll pass your offer on to my team. Good day, Herr Amsel. Yeah, I'll accept that job. When accepted, client notification sent. You take the little black box from the desk and pocket it before returning your attention to the screen. Amsel's face winks onto the screen again. Here you will find the complete... Oh, thank you very much. Good stretches. Ah. Here you'll find the complete transcript of my conversation with Herr Fuchs, a potential client. The job seems to be relatively straightforward and the payout is reasonable. One word of caution before you proceed. There are aspects of this run that you might find morally troubling. Be sure to read and understand the specifics of the job before accepting. If you do accept, you'll be expected to carry out the requirements of the job in full. After reading the transcript, you may choose whether or not to accept the job. If you respond in the affirmative, the client will be notified and I will make all necessary preparations for the run. Herr Amsel? Yes, I am here. To whom am I speaking? You may call me Herr Fuchs. Very well. Please describe the work that you would like to have done. Straight to the point. I like that. Very well. I would like to retain your team's services to clean up a mess. Go on. My employers dispatched a team of operatives to conduct a quiet operation at a local Sharing Pharma AG lab. Unfortunately, they botched the job. The team was eliminated, but we have reliable information that one of their operatives has been taken captive. If this rogue agent were to spill information leading back to my employers, it would lead to a corporate war. A great many lives could be lost. My employers would like nothing more than to prevent such a tragic turn of events. I see. And you wish to retain my team's services to tie up loose ends? Exactly. The captive operative is a rigger by the name of Thorvald Insad. We need him neutralized before he can inform on us to his captors. As Instad and his team have already put the facility on high alert, stealth will not be an option. Your team will need to shoot its way in, eliminate Instad, and exit the facility. Straight enough task, and well within my team's capabilities. What are you offering in terms of pay? 15,000 nuyen. This offer is non-negotiable. Very well, I will pass the offer on to my team. Very good. Good day, Herr Amsel. This is one of those uncomfortable moments because either we take the job and take out another Shadowrunner to prevent a corporate war, or we allow the corporate war to happen, Shadowrunner dies anyway, and a lot of other people die too. I don't like being the one to pull the trigger, but it's better than a corporate war. Run accepted. Client notification sent. Okay. The BBS. Hey, it is a cut and dry decision, Osiris. Oh boy, Dragonfall. Yeah, hello and welcome, Yokus. And yeah, it is from a logical perspective a very cut and dry decision, but it's not a fun one. It's not one that I ever want to have to make. Not in real life. Thread, Transys Highlander. Best new deck. Just got one of these from a Transys NeuroNet rep. Wants me to sell them in my store, so I took the puppy for a test drive. Signal quality is insane. It makes for a huge difference in comfort decking fatigue. I can stay jacked in for hours and feel fine. Last session I had to set a timer just so I wouldn't forget to eat. Lemons. Trolley problem, exactly. The specs on that thing does look impressive, but I'm an Allegiance man. Does the comfort really make that much of a difference? My decks are generally beaters anyway. Wraithlike 44. Allegiance? What are you doing with that thing? Playing video games? Any serious decking is going to require way more horsepower than that thing can push, even overclocked. Tolstoy. Although that one's not a problem for me. It also feels cut and dry. Yeah. It's one of those situations where if there's an option to save the guy and let him become, just fade into the shadows, great. Best solution. Much better solution overall. But from a logistical standpoint, there is also still a risk that he might get re-caught by the either of the corporations, really. So, yeah. Only a crappy decker blames their gear. I do just fine, thanks. Wraithlike 44. R.E. Lumens. How much is the Transys paying you to post this shice on here? Maelstrom. Thread. Help! Drowning in junk messages. Hi, chummers. I could use your help. Every time I jack into the Matrix these days, I'm flooded with junk mail. There's so much of it I can't even see. Can anyone help me? Rolling Thunder. Great. Another newbie he thinks he's on a tech support board. Wraithlike 44. Hey, stuff it. I wouldn't ask, but I'm desperate. I can't deck like this. Alright, Thunder, calm down. Sounds like an ad bot is keyed into your deck. Been poking around anywhere sketchy lately? I don't need details. A simple yes or no will do. The Smiling Bandit strikes again. Ha ha ha. No, Bandit. I haven't been anywhere like that. I swear. Please help me. What you want to bet he gave his personal info to some scam site? I'll give you 10 to 1 odds. No, I don't think so. All I've done was make an online dating profile. Oh, let me guess. Meet and mate? How did you guess? That's not a real dating site, Thunder. It's a place where desperate people go to get infected with malware. What do I do? How do I make it stop? I don't know. Buy a new deck. Best of luck. Yep, we're gonna put the Humanist Safe House list on the pay data thing and let people pay us to know where racists live. What they do with that information is up to them. Now let's see. Okay, I can't take a third drone, sadly. Oh, hello?
Hey, Mom! I'm having trouble with that dance move you showed me earlier.
Okay, show me what you got then, sweetie.
Down and...
Okay, I see what's going on. Give me just a second. We've got a commercial break coming up soon anyway, so I can happily show you what's up. Let's toss a drone repair kit on there. Confirm that. Okay, so we are going to go ahead and take a commercial break. Hello, Blasty. And then we will come back to essentially proceed to our next mission. Yeah, we'll see where we go from there. So, stand up, stretch, do all that good stuff. I am going to run a commercial, but you don't have to watch it. All the goodness, you know? So, be back soon. Okay, sweetie. So, it's going to be a jump to the left, and then a step to the right. And you're going to put your hands on your hips. Yep, exactly like that. And bring your knees up tight, okay? Alrighty. So let's take a look. We gotta say hi to Dante. That's always a thing. Look down to see a pair of bright eyes and a scruffy face. Yep. Pet him. Oof. Alright, and then let's go ahead and hit that save. I don't remember what talking to Amsel triggers, but he is definitely somebody we need to talk to again at some point. Sheela, welcome back. I have news for you. In your absence, I've been looking into the Harfield Manor. Whatever Fürschwing is up to, it's both large-scale and well-funded. I've uncovered a money trail leading from holding companies all over the world to an offshore fund with a dummy address. From there, all of that freshly laundered money flows directly into the Harfield estate. Wait a second, why would the dragon have investors? That doesn't make sense. It's doubtful that the Firewing's pawns even know where their money is going. This is typical of draconic plots. Uncover a stream of money flowing behind the scenes, and there's a fair chance that you'll find a dragon at the receiving end of it. To a dragon, conspiracy is second nature. But Fürschwinger was different. She didn't scheme or plot, she acted. Yes, and look where that got her. When the Firewing launched her attack on humanity, it was an act of hubris. She lashed out because she didn't consider our species to be a threat. It would be equally hubristic for us to assume that she will make the same mistake twice. The Dragon Conspiracy sounds like a spy novel. That's all of Shadowrun, honestly. With luck, I will have more information to share upon your return. Genuinely, check out some of the Shadowrun novels, Osiris. They are bangers. One last thing, Sheela. Malit was able to restore the readable surface of one of Green Winter's DVDs. If you'd like to take a look, you'll find it sitting beside the player. I'll check it out. Very good. Malit was still working on the other DVDs from the bundle. Many of them are extensively damaged, and getting anything off of them is proving to be quite a chore. She told me that she'll be in touch if and when she makes any headway. Thanks, Paul. Load the second DVD. The software of the spinning DVD is punctuated by an occasional rattling sound. A scratched LCD screen comes to life, and a menu fills the screen. Play track 1. The screen goes black for a moment, then Green Winters appears on the screen. The timestamp on the video reads 2054 11/11, November 11th, 2054. Alright, as I said in my last recording, I've been having trouble finding hard facts on Fürschwinge, so I thought I'd open things up a bit. Let's see what the rumor mill has to say. The screen jumps and Winters reappears in a different location. He's now clutching a mug of soy calf in both hands, and there are bags under his eyes. Well, that was enlightening. Assuming that any of it was true, that is. For the past 5 hours, I've been poking around some of the crazier fringe theories related to dragons and the SOX. As a reminder, the SOX is an irradiated wasteland between France and Germany. It got zoned off back in 2008, after the Cattenom Gao reactor meltdown. Anyway, there are all kinds of rumors floating around about the place. I've heard stories about a walled city in there that operates on a survival of the fittest, kill-or-be-killed basis, sort of like a nightmare version of Berlin. All of the anarchy, but none of the stability that the F-state provides. The radiation poisoning, cancer, and mana pollution are just the icing on the cake. So, when Adrian helped the Luftwaffe shoot the Fürschwinge down, she crashed into the SOX. That much is well known. What isn't well known are all of the modern-day myths that have arisen about her since. And tonight, I heard an earful. I chatted up a girl who claimed to be a ghost rat. That's a smuggler who operates in the SOX. She told me about a dragon cult called the Disciples of the Cleaning Fire. Apparently, these cultists worship some sort of radioactive ghost dragon. Could be Fürschwinge, or it could be nothing. But it's worth digging into, all the same. I can never remember what the beta symbol. Is it Groster? Anzunehmender Unfall. Worst expected accident or worst case scenario. Okay. Cool. Excellent. Then I remembered. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba. Another thing that my little ghost rat told me. The popular rumor in the SOX is that Fjordfinger's astral form was, I guess you'd say, mutated by all the background radiation. Some of the glow punks out there say that she's shed her old body like an old coat. Others say that she's trapped, doomed to languish in an intangible radioactive ghost. I don't know how much credence to give any of this. After all, I don't have any proof that my ghost rat even is a ghost rat. She might be, but then she could also be a very run-of-the-mill glowpunk. Or maybe she's just yanking my chain and she's never been into the SOX at all. Who knows? So the Katnam Gal was a catastrophic meltdown of a nuclear reactor, like Chernobyl. Wait, did it? Hold up, did that actually happen? And if it did, I kind of need to know, was it worked into... No, it did not. Okay, whew! Okay, because we have run into an uncomfortable number of things that Shadowrun called their shots on back in the 80s, and I actually need to go check my my Sixth World Almanac to see if some of the current situation is reflected there. Okay, it only happened in the Shadowrun lore. Fair enough. That's great. I love that. That's good for everyone. Katnam was, and it still is, hotly contested. Oh, I can imagine. Like, nuclear reactors and nuclear power being contested for very good reasons is a thing that I am familiar with. And I hate that I have a better understanding of it now. Well, no, I'm glad that I have a better understanding of it now, and I hate that the reason it was necessary was because so many countries during the Cold War already had their finger on the button and were kind of in a half-push motion, and not just, 5 minutes to midnight or whatever they wanted to say. Behind the Bastards recently did a 5 or 6 part series on basically the reason for a lot of this, and talked about the fact that, like, while nuclear power, it was and is a good solution to a lot of humanity's power needs, it's too closely tied to the war economy to make it worthwhile. France had to power down most of the reactors 2 years ago because of the drought. The Seine was so low that the reactors could no longer pump water from it to cool the reactors. Now that's a valid reason to shut down those reactors. Holy shit. Yeah. Quite frankly, well, that's a whole other thing. It is a shame that those reactors were essentially taken down by the thing that they themselves were trying to prevent. With a drought being directly the responsibility of fossil fuels industry and all that sort of fun stuff. So that's neat, that's cool, but that being said, future productions and stuff like that, I have thoughts on that, but I'll come back to that, because you are right, we do need to go for more for renewables and stuff like that. Because, like wind and solar power, especially as the new developments have happened, is the way to go in the future. You looked into what happened to our lovely dragon lady here, and Jesus, it is worse than you remembered. Oh yeah, I'm not going to spoil anything for anybody on the stream, but yeah, it's bad. It's real bad. So here's the thing. There are, in modern terms, much better and safer ways to build nuclear power stations that actually can assist us more properly in climate change, but it involves investment in infrastructure on a scale that nobody wants to do anymore. Essentially, it is shifting from the old school style, like uranium and plutonium fission reactors, to a radioactive salt-based reactor that, when it does melt down, it just fizzles out. Its safety precautions are basically like letting it melt down, and so that it basically turns itself into non-reactive goop, which is great, and is a solid technology that has been in use by various people in various military spheres for decades at this point. Yeah, we can use it. Oh yeah, not dragging friggin' reactors from the 60s into the next age, back the patchwork. Exactly. That's the big thing. Like, everybody is always about, like, oh, nuclear bad. Well, I mean, yeah, the 60s era reactors were all designed with the enrichment of radioactive material in mind. That's the real reason why the punks were against them, because they didn't want those reactors being, you know, oh, well, suddenly we're at war, and so now we have to co-opt those reactors to make more nuclear fissile material. And here is about the time when I remind everybody that a certain administration just okayed the creation of a new nuclear reactor. Anyway, Shadowrun. Well, it's food for thought anyway. I don't know whether the thought of some radioactive ghost dragon thing is any scarier than a genuine dragon is, but it's interesting all the same. Now, the big question is, will any of this get me any closer to finding Adrian? I'm gonna go out on a limb and say no, but you never can tell. Okay, the timestamp on this second video reads 20:54:11:12, so the very next day. Alright, let's continue thinking outside the box. After the Dragonfall, the Great Dragon of Kaltenstein came flying into the SOX to rescue the Firewing, but he was driven off, some say killed, by Lofir and Nebelhair. So what if there's another dragon involved in all of this? Winters grabs a thick leather-bound tome from a shelf behind him, licks a finger, and begins to leaf through it. So let's run down the list of major dragons that could be helping her. First, there's the Golden Worm Lofir, the CEO of Seder Krupp, and quite possibly the single most dangerous being on Earth. Lofir's a local boy, so he'd be in a position to help Björnshvinge. He certainly has the financial capability to help her. He could send a small army into the SOX if he wanted to. So he's definitely got the means, but I can't see how he'd have the motive. He actively prevented the Firewing's rescue back in 2012, after all. Same thing is true for Nebelhair. So let's scratch the both of them off the list. He flips a page, frowning. Yeah, small army. Small. Don't go up against Seder Krupp. Just anybody, if you are playing a Shadowrun game and you haven't gotten the idea yet, don't go up against Seder Krupp. Don't go up against Ares. Not directly and not without a good ironclad will left behind, shall we say. We've got Aiden, the Great Surush. He's operating out of Turkey. By all accounts, not a fan of Lofir. He's actively competing for territory in the Middle East. So I suppose that could be considered motive. Reviving the Firewing might cause problems for the Golden Worm. Yeah, only with the backing of another corp. I wouldn't even do it just specifically with that, because quite frankly, they might just be sending you in there to stir up shit and cause you to die, to cause one corporation to go to war with a different corporation that isn't them. So, yeah. But would he risk a war with Seder Krupp by straying into Lofir's territory? Again, I don't think it's likely. I worked for ThyssenKrupp for a while ago. The power structure in there honestly reminds me of the Dragon Shadow politics. Yup. That's... Listen, there are a couple of corporations that are in real life on the verge of extraterritoriality as we speak. And I don't like that. I really don't like that. Never go in between two corps. Let's see. Turns another page. There's Seladir out in Wales. He's pretty heavily invested in Transys Neuronet, so he's got the money. But he's too busy dealing with the BTL killer scandal that Transys is going through out in London to get his claws dirty in the SOX. Dunkelzahn out in the UCAS. I don't think Dunky would be involved in this. He pauses, shakes his head, then slams the tome shut. No, this is a waste of time. The more I think about it, the more convinced I am. Firewing is acting alone. Dragons don't cooperate unless they absolutely have to. Acronym soup. So, the United Canadian States of America. Because in this timeline, You have essentially the north of the U.S. and Canada joined together for the most part, and then the south, including most of the Southwest, became the CAS, the Confederated States of America. Or the Confederated American States, excuse me. California broke off into its own thing, although they're arguably run by Japan for the most part. And Seattle was its own thing for a while, then went back to being part of the UCAS, and I believe in the current Shadowrun timeline has become fully independent again. Mexico, on the other hand, took over parts of the Southwest, as well as parts of South America. If not most of South America, and is now reverted to a more historic term called Aztlan, or Aztlan. It's a little difficult for me to pronounce because there's a glottal stop in there that I can't quite hit properly. But they're basically run. So Mexico reclaimed its land that the U.S. bought. Yes, for better and for worse. Because Aztlan is basically a corporate state all on its own, run by a company called Aztechnology, which, cool name. Major users of blood magic. Not great. Yeah. But they have developed a lot of really good medications. It's... Ooh, the parallels. Yep. Aztec. Don't touch them with a 10-foot pole either. Honestly, 20-foot pole. 20-foot self-disinfecting pole while I'm wearing rubber gloves. Like, just don't. I should really run a Shadowrun one-shot. I've had a run in my brain for a long-ass time, but I don't know if I want to run it in Shadowrun or Cyborg. Cyborg would definitely be a lot more straightforward, but if I have anybody who understands like 5th edition Shadowrun well enough, I might run in actual Shadowrun. We'll see. Then again, 2nd edition of Shadowrun Anarchy is out now. I think I haven't read it if it is already out. But apparently it does a lot of the... they basically ported a lot of the improvements that the French and German Shadowrun Anarchy made back into English and called it version 2, essentially. So, anywho. After all, why bother making nice with your equals when you've got an entire planet full of pawns at your disposal? They don't need to work together. They have us to exploit. And now for track 3. While this track does load, it's clearly corrupted. The screen fills with a meaningless stream of text. Hit you up, you'll VA some German voice lines to decrypt for your players. Ooh, very fun. I will keep that in mind. Oh, I remember back when I first played this game being obsessed about decrypting what's going on here, and I do want to say that there is technically some way to decrypt this, but I don't remember what it was. This file is partially garbled. You can recognize a few words here and there, but they've interspersed amidst a solid block of corrupted text. Vauclair and... Still my big breath. Still searching for... Firing. Where to... I will find you. It's the last time... Old. Not getting any close. See... Swear to new research turning up oh no, what, not to be all broken about it, but you know. Track 5, file is corrupted and screen fills with a meaningless assortment of ASCII characters. No, that was really good. Hey, fair enough, I appreciate it. And track 6, same digital chime that you heard on the Dragonfall DVD plays again. A crackle of static fills the air, followed by that same, now familiar electronic whine. A few moments later, the display goes live. Vauclair looks haggard. His eyes are heavily bagged and bloodshot, and his hair is mussed. He holds a cigarette in an unsteady hand. Hermie, it's me. I can't sleep. I don't know where you are. Not having fun, no doubt. Maybe flirting with one of those unattainable beauties that you're always chasing. He tries on a smile, but it quickly disappears. He takes a drag on his cigarette. That's good. I want you to live a pleasant, normal life. After all, one of us should. Beauclair wipes his eyes. I can still smell the smoke, Hermie. It's almost a year later, and I can still taste the stench of burning corpses. When I sleep, I can hear the sirens and the screams. There is no sound in this world as horrible as a burn victim's screams. The doctors would call this PTSD, I'm sure. They have me in therapy, maybe dose me up on SSRIs like they do to our veteran soldiers. He chuckles, takes another drag. Quite a story for the tabloids. The great dragon slayer, Adrian Beauclair, mentally incapable of wrestling with his own demons. He shakes his head. No therapy for me, and certainly no medication. I have a reputation to live up to. However poorly deserved it is, and however little I want it. He pauses and steps out his cigarette. The dragon is still alive, Hermie. That I am certain. One day I will find her, and then, perhaps, I'll be able to sleep through the night. The display goes black, and the background whine fades away. A moment later, you find yourself deposited back at the menu screen. Oof. You don't trust that fucker. Here's the thing. I trust Beauclair. Also, we love a good Akira reference, you know. We love that for us. It's one of those things that I trust him to act in his own best interest, if that makes sense. Let's go. Oh, wait a minute. How much New Yen do I have now? Not enough, I don't think. Tetsuo! Anyway. Hello? I got your message about that missing shipment. How can I help? He nods. A gang from a nearby Kies has been hijacking shipments bound for the Croix Bazaar, taking money out of our pockets. I could use your help to stop this from happening. Your dear departed Monica used to provide encryption and information control for the Croix Bazaar. Now that she's gone, we merchants have been having no end of trouble. The obvious answer is that a gang has been intercepting our communications. Beauclair seems like the sort to lie to your face and buy himself a ticket to a dragon show. If he was talking to me directly, you'd be correct. But something going on, like the fact that that's a message that was supposed to go to his brother, is the part that makes me believe what he's saying. So what kind of communications? Shipping manifests, payment orders, that kind of thing. A group with an agenda could use that information to set an ambush, and that's just what this gang has been doing. Several cargo trucks full of goods have already been hijacked en route to the Croix Bazaar. I had a tracking device placed on the last shipment that I sent out, containers full of weapons and medical supplies. Sure enough, it got taken, and I've tracked it to the Gesundbrunnen. If you've never been there, it's a Kies built out of an old U-Bahn station and some old bunkers. Rumor has it a new gang called the Robengeister is holed up in there. I suspect that the two things are related. Okay, Geister mean ghost, so Robin, nope, I'm not pulling that one out. I want to say it's not red. I've just been listening to Metro too much lately, and the Red Ghosts being a minor faction. It's more like the Red Ring, but anyway. I need you to go to Gesundbrunnen and find the Robengeister. and get our goods back. I can offer you 500 million for the task, and if you can recover our missing weapon shipments, I'll be able to sell you some better hardware too. Can you tell me anything else about this gang? Robengeister? He frowns. Not much, I'm afraid. From what I've heard, they're tricky. Raven spirits. Oh, Robin. Okay, yeah, nope. Yeah, I feel like I should have known that one. They have... Wait a minute. Hang on, is this clan Ghost Raven? That's a joke for Battletech fans. That would technically be Ghost Bear, but you get my joke, hopefully. And if anybody in the audience is a fan of Battletech. They have a reputation for stirring up trouble. Oh, don't worry. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it, bud. It disappeared without a trace. I would tread carefully with Gesundbrunnen if I were you. Alright, well, how do I get there? Just take the U-Bahn. The line still runs. At least it was not Rubengeister. Sandwich ghosts? Beat spirits. Mm-hmm. I feel like somebody has tried to sell me that at a bar at some point. The market there used to be something of a tourist attraction, but I think they've fallen on hard times recently. I'll take care of it. Good. It's about time I had some new inventory come in. Oh, and one more thing, Sheela. I'm gonna need you to go in light on this one. Take a friend along if you like, but not more than one. If you spook them, they could trash the merchandise. Best go quiet. Let's go soon, too, before the trail goes cold. Real quick, let's also talk to Samuel over here. You told me how complicated BT was, and I was like, I overcomplicated my Lancer builds. BT is not for me. Now, thankfully, BT builds are basically done for you, because you pick a mech with the equipment loadout you want, and you go with that. You, generally speaking, do not get to choose your own loadouts in Battletech. There are advanced rules for doing it. Unless you know what you're doing, you are going to blow up a mech. Ask me how I know. Hello again, meine Freundin. What can I do for you? I've uncovered what Humanus is up to. You'll find the details on this datapad. Hackenbauer eyes the plans on the datapad, then nods grimly. This fits with Humanus' established pattern of behavior. Horrific and vile. According to this datapad, Humanus compounds all over Berlin have received similar shipments. They're planning to deploy the gas tomorrow morning. He exhales sharply, then nods again. I have a feeling that the Flux State will have a thing or two to say about this. Stahl has overstepped his bounds. His hubris will be his undoing. You mark my words. Within the next few hours, the Humanus Poly Club is going to take a hammering that will make the Night of Rage look like a peace rally. You do a great deal, Sheela. We all do. I will wire your payment to the account number that Amsel provided. Pleasure doing business with you. Alright, so let's take a look. Okay. Oh, we've also got the, we need to go talk to Rip and Tear, Samuel. Yes, indeed. Osiris can back me up on this. Not just complete non sequitur, but because we mentioned Lancer before, and now you've mentioned Rip and Tear, treating Lancer as if it is Doom 2016 is probably one of my favorite ways to play Lancer, and that is a terrifying statement if you actually know what my main build is. But I don't know if enough people in here understand what Lancer is and what the different mechs in that game are, that if I drop the name, I have no idea if you'll even know what the fuck I'm talking about. Oh gods, that's a terrifying mech, right? Right? I got your message. What did you want to discuss? Business. I have a job for you. I'm a little surprised that you want to hire me. We haven't always seen eye to eye. That's true, we haven't, but I'm confident that you're the right woman for the job. Why? Your reputation. You get the job done. Yeah, but there are other runners out there with equally strong reputations. So again, why me? Why are you trying to talk yourself out of a job? He rubs the bridge of his nose between his thumb and forefinger. I can see that you still don't get it, so I'll be blunt. You're the best in town at what you do. Full stop, and I need the best, even if that means hiring you. I don't like you, and you don't like me, but that doesn't mean that I'm unwilling to use you in order to become spectacularly wealthy. Does that answer your question? Yeah, that about covers it. Good. So, let's get down to brass tacks, shall we? Back before I immigrated here from my native Spain, I worked in a partnership with a Berlin-based R&D lab. The biotech that they were developing was very hush-hush, very cutting edge. Our arrangement, was that I would bankroll their research, and that they, in turn, would provide me with unique merchandise to sell in my clinics. Go on. About 2 years ago, things went sour. My name was slandered, and the fickle mistress that is public perception turned against me. An ugly business, I assure you. Even talking about my fall from grace makes my stomach turn. The injustice of it all is almost too much to bear. Just how was your name slandered? What did they accuse you of? What didn't they, he sighs. Theft, medical malpractice, the sale of stolen goods, other more colorful accusations which do not bear repeating. But that was then, and this is now. I came here to Berlin to escape all of that. Of course, I also moved here to be closer to the lab that I'd funded, and the merchandise that I am owed. So let me guess, you want me to go fetch your merchandise? Yes, and to find out what happened to the lab itself. Can I become spectacularly wealthy with my student loans? I feel like that'll even out to lower middle class. Yeah, right? Right. As I was packing to move to Berlin, the facility was locked down, you see, nearly impenetrable, and I have no idea why. As I was packing to move to Berlin, all was well. 16 hours later, I arrived to discover the building locked tight, and with my merchandise inside. Turk, Aktug, has been running surveillance on the site since I shut up shop here. In that time, no one has entered and no one has left. Whatever went wrong in there must have killed the research team. I want you to find a way into the building, recover the cyber tech that was there, that they were developing, and find out what happened to the researchers. In that order. If the building has been abandoned, I'm surprised that the lot it's sitting on hasn't been gobbled up by some corp or another. Don't be. Back when I was a wealthy man, before my legal troubles, I paid the lease for a decade in advance. Damn, dude! And before you say anything, yes, it was a huge expense. But what's locked away inside of that lab is worth 10 times what I've spent on it. I don't want anyone laying claim to it but me. Your merchandise has been sitting in the building for 2 years. Why didn't you approach Monica about this? Who says I didn't? I had a, let us say, tumultuous friendship with your dear departed Monica. We had our ups and downs, you see, and on this subject she was most certainly down. It was her choice. I am hoping that you will be savvy enough not to make the same mistake. All right, let's talk compensation. What's in this for me? I can't afford to pay you in new yen, and that's your own fault, by the way. You shut off a good chunk of my revenue when you pulled that stunt down in the sewers. But what I can do is give you the first crack at any biotech you recover from the site, and to make it available to you at a discount. This is top-of-the-line ware we're talking about, mind you. Better than anything else that I've got in stock. And because it's biotech, the essence loss from implanting it will be minimal. It's a good deal. Win-win for you, really. So what's it going to be? Will you take the job or not? Alright, I'm in. Excellent. The facility that you're looking for is the former laboratory of Sutherland Bioscience. Take the U-Bahn to Adenauerplatz, and you're sure to find it. Best of luck. Now, you want to talk about people that I don't trust? It's this fucker. But again, I almost feel like it would be better to say that I do trust him about as far as I can throw him. I trust him to act in his own best interest. Alrighty. Oh, the advanced announcer's test, huh? Alright, give me just a second. I'm gonna pull it up on my iPad instead of trying to fiddle with the computer for it. Where are you? Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and do a free hydration redeem on this one because, woof. But also, I kind of feel attacked on this one, Osiris, because I did have to hesitate as I switched languages there for a second. Okay, so, for anybody who has not seen me do an announcer's test before... Alright, yep, I'll take another hydrate, yep. Helping me practice, So, the announcer tests are essentially like radio tests that you would do for announcers who are auditioning to become radio personalities. This one is from the early 1950s by a guy named Mike Nichols for the radio station WFMT in Chicago. The WFMT's announcer's lot is not a happy one. In addition to uttering the sibilant, mellifluous cadences of such cacophonous sounds as Hans Schmidt-Isserstadt, Karl Schodicht, Nicanor Zavaleta, Hans Nappertsbusch, and Hammerklavier Sonata, he must thread his vocal way through the complications of l'Orchestre de la Suisse Romande, the Concertgebouw Orchestra of Amsterdam, the Leipzig Gewandhaus Orchestra, and other complicated nomenclature. However, it must by no means be assumed that the ability to pronounce l'Orchestre de la Société des Consorts du Conservatoire de Paris with fluidity and verve outweighs in ease, naturalness, and friendliness of delivery when at the omnipresent microphone. For example, when delivering a diatribe concerning Claudio Muzio, Beniamino Gigli, Hedy Plumacher, Giacinto Prandelli, Hilda Rosso-Majdan, and Linda Pagliucci, 5 out of 6 is good enough if the sixth one is mispronounced plausibly. Jessica Dragonet and Margaret Truman are to be taken for granted. Although not such a constant annoyance as polysyllabically named singers creep in now and then. Of course, Dylan and Thomas and W.B. Yeats are no great worry. Composers occur almost incessantly, and they range all the way from Albinet, Altvin, and Orek through Wolf Ferrari and Zeisel. Let us reiterate that a warm, simple tone is desirable, even when introducing the Bach cantate Ich hatte viel Buchhimmener. Whoa, that one always fucking gets me. Ich hatte viel Buchhummernis. Or Monteverdi's opera La Incoronazione di Poppia. Such then is the warp and woof of an announcer's existent in diesen heiligen Hallen. I was doing so well right up until that last one. Oh well. It is good practice. It legitimately is good practice. The problem is my speaking got ahead of my processing, and so I didn't quite process the word before I got to it, you know? Okay, so we've got the U-Bahn to Adenauerplatz, Gesundbrunnen Kies. Let's go to... Oh, right, okay, cool. Okay, we're gonna go to Gesundbrunnen U-Bahn station for Gunnari's missing shipments first. Thank you very much for the coin toss. Right, I can only bring one person with me on this one. Ooh. We're gonna bring Glory. I'm tempted to bring Blitz because of... Oh, that was for the machine.
Look at this cool animal I found.
That's an adorable little, what is it? No, sweetie, no, you can't keep that one. Our menagerie's already full for the winter. Oh, beans. Okay, I'm tempted to bring Blitz because that puts an extra drone on site, but Glory is the kind of the worker bee of the party, as it were, so I'm definitely bringing her. I guess you need to build a new animal habitat. Listen, Osiris. That's almost certainly what's going to happen eventually, but I'm trying to put it off as long as we can, at least until after the winter's done, you know? So, when we come... I would so love to be shaved by Glory. Oh. Listen. I'm just saying, if you are into knife play, Glory would be an excellent person to play with. So yeah, we'll be back in 5 minutes, and then we will proceed on this mission with the person who is probably going to be the least stealth about it, but still, you know? Alright, so be back soon. Okay, sweetie. So, I know that the squirrels and rabbits are still having a good time because we've been feeding them. So, like, what's going on with this one? my god, it's an ad that actually works, huh? Cool to hear about. But yeah, no, I fully understand you, Ogre Daddy. Like, even in a platonic situation, well, man, I don't know. I am not the control group when it comes to figuring out whether something counts as platonic or not, because I have definitely had play sessions with people that I had no romantic issues with whatsoever, and it was just about feeling good, shall we say. Okay, so I did have a thought while we were away. Like, as much as fight-wise I'm gonna want Glory to be with me, might it behoove us to bring Iger instead because we're dealing with guns? Like, I'm wondering if her military knowledge might not have something that's useful to us. Like, usually we don't get the chance to have our secondary characters really say anything. You know what? No, I've just convinced myself otherwise. Specifically because we don't get to have their secondary characters say stuff. Goodness gracious. That would be the one quality of life thing I would love to have in this game, is like, oh, hey, our party members can also contribute their etiquettes. So, hard times. It is a short train ride to Gesundbrunnen. You exit the subway car, stepping onto the old, grungy platform. The place is deserted, though. Signs of life are everywhere. A gaping hole in the ceiling filters cool, hazy light in from above. To your right, a small plot of crops struggles to endure in the cold and the limited light of the station. Trash and junk litters the platform. It's clear the place hasn't seen anything resembling a janitorial staff in quite some time. Somewhere in this old, run-down U-Bahn station lies the entrance of the Gesundbrunnen Kies, and hopefully some leads on the whereabouts of the Rabengeister and Gunnari's missing shipments. Anything else I want to bring? Nope. Okay. The old fluorescent grow lights are barely keeping the plants alive. Almost no light from the surface makes it this far underground. Oof, that soundtrack absolutely kicking in. Stairwell down looks to have completely collapsed. That's far enough, friend. An older man raises his hand, squinting as you approach. To his left, a young orc shifts his weight, resting one hand casually on a fistlet at his hip. Both are dressed in what might be considered uniforms, but it's hard to tell for sure. We don't get many visitors down here these days, and you'll forgive me for saying, but, well, you don't really look like the type that usually comes through here. She looks fed, for one thing. The old man snorts. Indeed. So, what brings you to the Gesundbrunnen, stranger? I'm just passing through. Thought I'd check out the market here. The two guards exchange glances. Of course, of course. Customers are always welcome. Head on in. The old man steps aside. Watch your step on the ladder there. Some of the steps get slippery when it's cold. I'm not going to ask questions right at the entrance. That seems like a way to instantly start a firefight. The man before you is of average build and in nondescript dress. He leans against the old wooden cabinet reading a book. As you approach, he looks up and casts a warm smile in your direction. Guten Tag. My name is Corin, friend. Can't say I've seen you around these parts before. Just passing through, or... What can you tell me about this place? Gesundbrunnen? Well, it's my home for one, and we've got a small bar set up over there. But of course, you'll want to know about the market. His eyes light up. It used to be something to behold, my friend. One of the grandest markets in the city. You can find nearly anything in these stalls for the right price. It's a real shame. But little by little, things slowed down. folks stopped by taking this subway line so much. I guess that's the way of the Flex. I'm looking for information. Ever heard of a gang called the Robengeister? Certainly. They've been spinning quite a tale in these parts of late. Hard to know anything for sure, though. One rumor says they hijack freight out of Frankenfurter Tor, and the next day you hear about a sighting down in Alexanderplatz. Hell, just yesterday I heard someone claim they saw a member of the Robengeister speed by in the U-Bahn tunnel, clinging to the side of a train car. He leans closer. Between you and me, that's probably a gang called Surf Turf. Strange ones, those. I heard they implant suction cups in their hands and feet. I guess they really like hitching rides on the U-Bahn trains? He shakes his head with amusement. That's the Flex state for you, though. Full of strange and unexpected. I'll be going now. The drawers look to be handmade out of rusty sheet metal. Nothing of value catches your eyes within. Okay, let's see, we've got dancers, we've got goldfish. Goldfish! The woman starts a little at your approach, but she recovers quickly and beams brightly at you. The fox face on her headdress seems to grin as well. Her classically nasal American accent is obvious. Hey, kiddo. Should I drink with me? Hello, Cara Dawnhart. Thank you very much for the hydrate reading. Water. No thanks. Well, sure, if you're buying. Awesome. Unfortunately, there aren't a lot of options here. They've got beer, a homebrewed gin, and schnapps. Pick your poison. I'll be drinking gin and tonics, or I've been drinking gin and tonics. The tonic cuts out some of the gas flavor. I think they've been distilling in old propane tanks. Ugh.
Presented by Zaya.
Zaya. Oh, this is not 10,000% good. I'll have some schnapps. Sure thing, lady, says the bartender. He slides a tumbler full of sweet-smelling pear schnapps down your way. It's warm. Gin and tonics, presented by Zaya. So what's a girl like you doing in a place like this? I'm just traveling through. I heard there was a market, but well, just look at this place. She waves her arm around in a wide circle, taking everything in from the sadly shimmying woman to the near empty corridor outside. So I'm just having a drink with this fine gentleman here and then moving on. Where are you from? California Free States. Doing the whole Europe trip thing. You know, besides getting me out of that hellhole, it's been a real good learning experience. Had some good fun, made some good friends. She clatters the ice around in her drink. You can smell the cheap gin from where you stand. But it's a hellhole everywhere these days. Can't drink enough to forget some things I've seen. I'm all for communism and anarchy and free love, but sometimes the F-state goes a little far. How do you mean? It's just the things like the turf wars and the racists and junk, you know? Like those humanist assholes? Unpleasant. That shit aside, I like the idea of a state without the man. Listen, my name's Goldfish. What's yours? What? They are, in fact, actual size. Call me Sheela. Nice to meet you, Sheela. Now that I've said my bit, what are you doing in a place like this? I just came here for the market like you. Goldfish laughs. At least there's alcohol. Synthahol, man. Whatever it is, I'll drink more of it. She downs her glass and slams it onto the bar with a loud exultation. So, what were you hoping to find down here? Robin Hood? The Robengeister, actually. Raven ghosts? Might be anything in Gessenbund of Brunnen. Seems like everyone and everything down here is a ghost. Ghosts of the past, ghost trains, ghostly thin folks pale from lack of sunlight. I need sunlight too. I like to joke I photosynthesize, but it just gives me so much energy. Energy these people don't have anymore. Her expression grows stern for a moment as she stares into her empty gin and tonic. Maybe I've been down here long enough. Maybe I'm a ghost too. Alright, that's it, Fraulein. You're officially cut off. Your total is 36 million. Can I at least buy something for my friend here? She's been talking with me for a bit and hasn't had anything. No, you're cut off. I don't want you even sipping out of it. Dude, chill. Forget I asked. He turns to you with a shrug. Sorry I couldn't get you anything else, but thanks for being a pal. Smells like something died in here. Upon closer inspection, it's moldy soy cakes. Let's see. We got a ladder that seems to go up. Surface access has been welded shut. Oh, well, okay, probably an attempt to keep security tight. Yeah, I guess that's fair. Hello? Hello there, newcomer. I have many exciting and rare weapons for you to peruse. Instruments of death of the sort you'll not find anywhere else in Berlin. Care to take a look around? Despite the shopkeeper's claims, her inventory looks decidedly poor. Most of these weapons appear rusty and in ill repair. A particularly cobbled together pistol stands out from the bunch. Sure, let's see what you have. Slapdash pistol. Ares, Cavalier, and Ruger. Woof. Why do I feel like that's gonna have some kind of weird benefit that's not listed on the doobly-doo? A katana? No, it's fine. Oh no, doesn't seem like there's much here that would interest me. Okay, what's up with the shoddy-looking pistol? Exquisite, is it not? The work of a master craftsman who used to live here. Forged some of the finest slug throwers that you'll find this side of the Atlantic. And at that price, a steal. Is the slapdash pistol just a barrel with a hammer? It might be. It looks like some of those parts are hot glued together. As I said, the work of a master craftsman. A weapon made by any other would simply break after being fired. I don't know. Doesn't seem like there's much here that would be interesting to me. Well, it's been lean pickings lately around these parts, and on top of that, there's the militia. They need most of the best pieces to help keep us safe. Still, I've got some reliable weapons for home defense. I'll be going now. Thanks. Hi there, stranger. I've got a sale on today. You interested in some rations? Salvage? Some home remedies? Let me see what you've got for sale. Sure. Oh, basic med kits. Yeah, you know what? I'll take a basic med kit. It's always a good idea to stock up on those. Yeah, send it to the stash, please. Anything else you like? Just looking for information. Ever heard of a gang called the Raubengeister? No, can't say that I have. I'll see you around then. This crate appears to have been pried hastily open. There's a partially torn shipping label on its side. Most of the ink has worn off, but the word Kreuzbazar is still clearly visible. Okie doke. Alright, Militia Captain, what you got for me? The Militia Captain stands at alert, her eyes tracking you slowly across the market before coming to rest on you. Guten Tag. Look like you have to keep a close eye on this Kias. I'm looking for a gang called the Raubengeister. Ever heard of them? No, she frowned slightly, and I wouldn't suggest asking questions about such things around here. These crates don't seem to be part of the shipment that was en route to the Kreuzbazar. You notice a set of scuff marks on the ground, as if something heavy was dragged across here. The marks vanish into the wall. Let's inspect the wall more closely. You find a small seam in the wall that suggests there might be a passageway hidden in the wall here, but you can spot no clear mechanism for opening it. I might have Glory do that in just a second. The area is in extreme disrepair. Water is flooding out of the walls and stagnating in pools on the tile. You can smell the mildew from here, and oh, what a fragrant smell it must be! This appears to be an old U-Bahn information terminal. Judging by the system's design and current condition, it's quite old. As you approach, the machine makes a series of sputtering sounds as the dust-covered screen flickers dimly to light. Time since last update. Oh, okay, hang on. Seconds, minutes, hours, days. Oh my goodness, 52 years. 52 months maybe? I'm gonna say months. 52 months, 7 days, 11 hours, 5 minutes, and 22 seconds. Primary database not found. Restarting in offline mode. The screen goes dark as the machine begins to emit a bizarre variety of clicking and chirping sounds. After an interminable amount of time, the screen finally shudders back to life. Welcome to Gessenbrunnen Station. Please select an option from the menu below. Data corrupted. Data corrupted. Station history. Route information. Data corrupted. And enter custom query. You have selected Station history. Gessenbrunnen Station opened on April 18th, 1930 as the final stop along the U-Bahn's U8 line. It was designed by prominent U-Bahn architect Alfred Grenander. Construction on the U8 line began in 1914 under Allgemeine Elektrizitätsgesellschaft. Oh, for some reason my mouth does not want to do the ZIT transition. But labor shortages in the First World War put the project on hold for over a decade. The eventual completion and opening of this home line between Neukölln and Gessenbrunnen in 1930 represented a major step forward in connecting Berlin's working-class districts to the city center. During World War II, many unfinished tunnels and stations along the U8 line were converted into air raid shelters, including parts of Gessenbrunnen Station. In the decades following the war, the station also served as an emergency fallout shelter in the event of a nuclear attack. During the Cold War, the U8 line continued to run between Neukölln and Gessenbrunnen, taking it under the wall and through parts of East Berlin. The train would skip all East Berlin stations until it emerged on the far side near Gessenbrunnen. Today, the U8 line continues to operate, carrying thousands of passengers through Gessenbrunnen station on a daily basis. In addition, the former bunker at this location has been transformed into a popular museum exhibit, showcasing the history and development of Berlin's underworld. Please inquire at the information kiosk for current museum rates and hours of admittance. So behind that wall is absolutely the quote-unquote museum, isn't it? You start to press 4 key, only to realize that the key is missing from the keypad. A thick layer of grime and dust rests in its place. Museum. Nothing. Rates. Nothing. Filter. Whoop. Filter. Nothing. Bunker. Nothing. Okay. We'll leave the terminal alone for now. Hello, welcome back, ma'am. What can I do for you? There's a crate behind your shop that looks like it was marked for delivery to the Kreuzbazaar. You wouldn't happen to know about that, would you? No? I don't know anything about crates. Looking for some backup? It's just us here, friend. Okay, look. Yeah, the Robengeister came by yesterday. Asked me to move the rest of these medical crate supplies. Then they disappeared. I don't know where they went. I mean, hey, I gotta make a living, right? Look around here. They leave me this kind of score. I'm grateful. Already sold most of it in less than a day. Plenty of folks around here in need of real medical supplies. Alright, I've told you what I know, so we're cool, right? I don't know anything else. Oh, I wish I had the gang etiquette. Relax, I believe you. Times are tough. I'm sure these people needed that stuff. You're not gonna hurt me? Thank you, stranger. Not everyone's so understanding around here. Look, if you're looking for the Robengeister, try the old information kiosk on the other side of the market. I've seen some people coming and going through there. Wait a minute, okay. You know what I didn't do? is Robin Geister. Nope, okay. Maybe Raven? Nope. This may be a mistake, what I'm about to do, but we're gonna find out together. So, what's up with those scuff marks on the ground over there by the information kiosk? I wouldn't know. I'm not in charge of cleaning around here. Besides, hell, nobody is these days. The way things have been going, hopefully our luck will turn sooner or later. Be nice to take some pride in the place again. Changing the subject, are we? I know you're hiding something back there. She stiffens, then suddenly her rifle is leveled at your chest. Fine. I don't know who you are, or what you're doing snooping around down here. But you better come with me now. Our leader's gonna want to speak with you. Her free hand reaches down to produce a thick leather blindfold. Who's leader? Come on. Of the Robengeister. It's clear you know that much by now. And what makes you think I'll come along? Her rifle remains steady. Look, I don't want to do this any more than you do. I'm not going to let you keep sniffing around here. If you come with me, I guarantee nobody's going to stab you in the back. I'll bring you safely to see the Robengeister. Very well, I'll go. That's a smart decision. She reaches out to blindfold you and the world goes dark. Well, we may be about to die! This is the same man you met in the market. The friendliness is gone from his face. In its place is a cold, unwavering gaze. Corin, you should have stuck to the market, stranger. If the Robengeister wished to be found, we'd open a fucking cafe. Now what do you want with us? Say your piece. Alright, so my instinct is to sass him, but yeah. No, let's just get straight to it. I'm from the Kreuzbazar. You stole a shipment of our supplies bound for our Kies, and we want it back. He stares you down for a moment, then breaks into a chuckle. Guess we were a little careless on that one. Figured with Monica Schaefer... yeah, what? Sheela Renthalis being sassy? Listen, I have a brand. I figured that with Monica Schaefer gone, the Kreuzbazar would be an easy score. So that's why you're here. We stole your supplies, now you want them back. That's about right, yeah. Which I completely understand, stranger, believe me. But unfortunately, we need those supplies more than you do. So I will have to graciously decline your offer to relieve us of your property. I can see things are hard around here, Corin. But I have to look out for my own Kies, and that shipment belongs to us. Not from where I'm standing. Look, there's no need for bloodshed. I'll tell you what. It seems like you know what it's like to look out for a Kies like this. It's not easy, right? We provide for these people. A haul like that shipment keeps Gesundbrunnen from going hungry just a little while longer. Our home. These are our people. I suspect you feel the same about Kreuzbazar. So I'm prepared to let you leave. Just like that, knowing our little secret here and everything. In return, all you need to do is walk away. Just walk away and forget this ever happened. What do you think, stranger? I think in the flux, folks like us need to stick together. Why stay strangers? Maybe we can come together to an arrangement that can benefit both of our Kies. I'm listening. You return our supplies. We send you a shipment of extra rations in exchange. We agree to a truce of sorts. That's the only choice I have, unfortunately. I see. That's an interesting offer, friend. The rations alone probably won't match the price of the weapons, but well, food is in short supply around here. In this alliance, what do you propose? We agreed to stay out of each other's way, and maybe we find opportunities to help each other out in the future. Pauses for a long moment, then cracks a smile. Very well. I suppose that's worth the price of a crate of guns. Your medical supplies are already mostly gone, I'm afraid. But the weapons shipment is still being held in a locker at Frankfurter Tor. Have it sent back to the Kreuzbazaar immediately. It's pronounced Keats, as is Hamburg slang for hood. Oh, okay. Gotcha. Okay, I will take that under advisement. And you'll deliver those rations? Take the tunnel to the Kreuzbazaar and talk to Paul Amsel. He runs an import-export shop not far from the U-Bahn station. Tell him I sent you, and he'll take care of the rest. Very well. Korn looks thoughtful. Maybe things are looking up around here. And suppose friends and enemies both can be found in strange ways here in the Flux. Glad we could have this talk, Korn. I'll be going now. You can see yourself out. He grins. Take care, stranger. Oh, I am absolutely gonna go and inspect things. Some old Simpsons recordings. That's fine. A non-violent solution to this is probably for the best. I'm sure there's some extra stuff I could get if I did want to go hot with it, but I prefer the non-violent route this time. There will be plenty of time for violence on our next missions, I'm sure. Yep, let's go ahead and exit. You emerge from the U-Bahn station and out onto the familiar streets of the Kreuzbazaar. The energy here is a stark contrast to the weary, slowly drowning mood of Gesundbrunnen. The Kreuzbazaar is an island of hope, afloat still amidst the dangerous currents of the Flux state. But it wouldn't take much for it to capsize. It's time to find Gunnari and tell him the news. How much karma did we get from that? Doodah. Ooh, 4 karma, that's not bad. Welcome back. I took care of that business with the Robengeister. You won't be hijacking our shipments anymore. Faint smile plays across the normally taciturn merchant's face. Yes, this much I know already. The missing shipment arrived just before you did, though I barely caught a glimpse of who has delivered it. How were you able to manage that? I made an arrangement with their leader, and they agreed to return the weapons. And you've accomplished all this through diplomacy? Interesting. It is, well, it's not what I would have done, but perhaps that is for the best. Here's your payment, as promised. And should you need any new weapons, thanks to you, I have some new merchandise available. Would you like to take a look? Yes, let's see what you got. Let's see. Ooh. I'm sure that'll be nice at some point. Yeah, the FN Har is still just a great looking rifle. Let's go talk to Malit. I think I can afford better drone now. Metbach, River of Ground Beef would be the direct translation. Ooh! I mean... I could... Ooh. I am spinning out just like a fast food chain, but also ew. But okay, like a fast food chain that like specializes in beef products would be very interesting. So you've got your hamburgers. I'm sure you could also do like ground beef mixed in with like mac and cheese or mashed potatoes or like rice, various toppings and things like that. Be a thing. Could be a thing. Gets worse. It's raw. Oh, well, never mind. Never mind. Blech. So we probably want to upgrade to the steel links first. So I'm getting plenty of work out of the robo-dock. Yeah, it can also be pork. Let's not, Oh, right, I forgot to go talk to the, magic folks at the Talismonger's shop. Absinthe turns to face you. She takes care to avoid looking you in the eye. Sheela, hold a moment. I'll call Algernon for you. She pauses, squinting at you. Her mouth dips into a frown. Curious. When I look at you, I see red. Red? She nods, and the frown slowly falls off her face. Her voice becomes dreamy. Red splattered like paint across great metal arms. Small rooms drenched in it. Droplets oozing down from the ceiling. She offers you a cautious smile. Pretty. That wasn't... To be honest, Met is weird. It's just accepted as that it's probably unhealthy, but it's still a staple. It is eaten on a bun with red onions, parsley, and ground pepper. Ah. Yeah, I don't know. Uncooked meat just always gives me a weird vibe, you know? What is it? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to offend. She looks away. I merely comment on what I see. I would like to buy some magic. Then you'll want to talk to Algernon. He's just around the corner. It's basically beef tartare, yeah. Be well, elf. Oh, no, I wanted you to talk to Algernon. Thank you. Hello again, may I help you? I have a question, if you don't mind. You're in luck, I'm a man of great many answers. Algernon, what do you know about the great dragon Führerschwinge? The elf ponders for a moment, twisting a ring on his right hand. Führerschwinge. The Firewing. That is a name that hasn't been heard in some time. Over 40 years, I believe. Though I cannot say for certain. Time and I do not get along. He was among the first of the great dragons to awaken, and the first to be killed by metahumanity, or so the story goes. I looked that up, and yes, it is, but more for plebs. Think of it as a gas station sushi vibe. I take nothing at face value. It is one of the secrets of my longevity. History is the version of past events that people have decided to agree on. Truth is something else. A great dragon is not like the other awakened creatures. Whereas a basilisk is nothing more than a Komodo dragon whose genetic structure was mutated by magic return, a great dragon is a creature of magic. It's an absolute guilty pleasure. I mean, I'm not going to knock you for guilty pleasures, but I definitely know that my stomach is probably the weakest part of my immune system, and I get in trouble with poorly cooked things. It's not great. A creature that has seen more than one cycle of the world, this is the 6th. When a great dragon falls, the sound resonates across time and space. Got it. Therefore you would know? He opens his hands. I am merely suggesting that the story is incomplete. Fjordschwinge awakened, along with Lofir, Nebelherr, and Kaltenstein, around the first decade of this century. She was first seen over the Harz Mountains, and after a long flight announcing her presence, she began raining fire on every town and village she came across. Honestly, I would probably eat it a lot. You know, Osiris, that does not necessarily shock me. Oh, I get that. I have a steel gut, can eat and digest absolutely anything. What kills me are my lungs. Woof. My lungs didn't used to be all that bad, but, yep. They certainly are in the post-COVID world, shall we say. Not that COVID ever went away, just that it now is around. Why the attack? Think she was protecting her lair? No one knows. Fjordschwinge was never engaged in dialogue. German military forces are said to have killed her over the SOX the year she emerged. This after months of fire, devastation, and terror. Her body was never recovered. Whenever I hear the body was never recovered, I immediately think faked her own death. Beware the holovids, my friend. They will rot your brain. Nevertheless, it is possible that the Firewings still exist. I mean, that's just a Shadowrun thing, honestly. Dragons are cunning. Quite cunning. Sealed emergency zone is by the very nature sealed. We cannot know what happens inside with certainty. One must wonder what effect the radiation from a nuclear meltdown might have had upon her. Any theories? Algernon crosses his arms across his chest. No, I do not deal in theory. I love Algernon's design. Algernon reminds me of somebody from Earth Dawn. And that has a lot of implications. Despite her death, there was a rumor that she had been seen over Iceland sometime after her fall, but it has never been confirmed. Some speculate that the viewer witnessed her astral form and that her body still lies in the SOX. Now, is there anything else you need to know? Have you ever heard of a gang called the Kreuzritters? Sadly, yes. They are quite active here in Berlin. They're fascists, plain and simple. They cling to Christian doctrine to justify their actions, but they are killers first, and religious fanatics second. Just what is the deal with religion here, anyway? I've never paid much attention myself. Well, it's complicated. We stand in a country that has clung to its religious heritage with considerable zeal. In much of the developed world, the awakening shifted public perception away from organized religion, but here in Germany, it had the opposite effect. While many developed nations have adopted spiritualism, some might call it paganism, as their de facto belief systems, the Germany of 2054 remains a Christian nation. Whether that's a good thing or a bad one is open to interpretation. Take no stand on the matter, either way. And what do you believe? I am a simpler traveler and seeker of truth. I believe what I directly observe, and I have observed... His voice trails off, and the corner of his mouth twitches up into a smile. Much. In my view, all belief systems are essentially different ways of interpreting the same thing. Magic is an underlying force of the universe. It is a fundamental truth. Oh, hello.
Hey, hon. Can I borrow you for a second?
You can borrow me anytime you like, stud. Alright, I will be with you in just a moment. In my view, beliefs... in my view... I'm all flustered now. All belief systems are essentially different ways of interpreting the same thing. Magic is an underlying force of the universe. It is a fundamental truth. Religion is the lens that societies use to focus the enormity of that truth into something that people can understand. But what is the source of magic? Where does the truth come from? You ask questions that have no answers, young elf. The elf strokes his beard. A contemplative look on his face. My experiences lead me to suspect that magic is its own source. You may, of course, choose to believe differently. It matters little to me either way. Unrelated, I love talking to Final Fantasy XIV Crafter Guild leaders for the first time. Now then, young lad, what's your name? Osiris Dracanos. Hero of Eorzea. Pleasure to make your acquaintance. Yep. Ah, yes, that is sadly a thing here in Germany. You see someone cosplaying as Kreuzritter, Deutschen Ritter or Warhammer Black Templars, they very often use the iconography to disguise that they would love to replace the Iron Cross with the swastika. Yep. Yep. Yep, 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 yep. It's much the same in the US, unfortunately. It's one of those things that, like, if you want to talk about Warhammer in the US, you have to be very careful about who you're dealing it with, because, oh boy. Oh boy. Intriguing. You've given me a lot to think about. It was my pleasure. Now, is there anything else that you need? On second thought, I've got to go. Thanks anyway. Alright, so, I'm going to go see what V needs, and we will be back in about 5 minutes. I'm going to run a commercial while I'm away, yeah, y'all know the deal. See you soon. Alright, sweetie. What can I do for you? I appreciate that the deep philosophical discussions continue while I'm away. Was that a face for that, or was that for something else, Osiris? Is this the first time you've actually seen the staff menu instead? Face in response to the conversation. Fair enough, fair enough. Okay, let's go to Adnar Plot Station and find Escabel's lab. This is gonna be Glory, Blitz, and Iger. We looked at the staff menu before. Fair enough, fair enough. Yes, let's go to Adnar Platz. The ride to Adenauer Platz is a dismal one. The only company on the train is an elderly dwarf in a ragged peacoat, and he spends most of the time muttering to himself. When the train rattles to a stop, he slowly rises from his perch and begins to hobble towards the doorway. The station isn't much different. An old, broken-down thing at the end of its useful life, feebly tottering towards obsolescence. This area of Berlin has clearly seen better days. A window of light shines down from the surface, and even that looks stale. Slowly, you begin to climb. Let's see. I don't have any additional repair stuff. Oh, I will give her an additional grenade, though. Alright, there we go. Every area of Berlin has seen better days. I mean, even some Berlin areas that are freshly constructed, as far as I know. Like, that's the vibe that area of the world has, is just very old and tired. In a good way. Like, I am a fan of that vibe. But, you know, it's like going to Chicago. It's gonna be grimy. You might be in the nicest part of Chicago, but it's gonna have its own unique, special kind of grime, you know? Or Orlando. Everything's going to be cheap. It might be the most expensive building and place in Orlando, but it's gonna feel cheap. Osiris knows. Osiris has lived there. Oh, I have unspent karma. Let's see. I've only got 4 unspent karma. Not gonna throw stuff at this just yet. Yeah. The streets above the Adenauer Platz are dark and dismal. This Kiev has seen better days. Everything here reeks of economic depression and faded glory. Ugh, jeans. There's some nice holes in the wall. I mean, you're not wrong. But, comma. Or comma, but, I guess is more grammatically correct. Looming above you is a fortress-like, seemingly impregnable facility. The windows have been shuttered with enormous steel panels, lending the entire building a sinister appearance. That's our target, Sutherland Bioscience. I wonder what happened in there. Might still be happening for all we know. Well, I think that's what we're about to find out. There's a cheerful thought. Come on, Chief, let's get this over with. Oh, what horrors are we about to find? Nope, I'm not gonna mess with those yet. Ah, people. Maybe? Hello? No? Nobody? Okay. Not allowed to talk to them, huh? Alright. This pile of trash is steaming. Fetid waves of stench wash over you as you draw near. God damn, that's rank. I'll step back here, if you don't mind. I have better things to do than dig through a pile of decomposing trash. Might not be decomposition, Glory says. That steam could be coming from a grate or vent under the pile. Yeah, well, I ain't touching it. Yeah, let's move it aside. Yep. There is, in fact, a vent. Let's see if there's anything interesting in here. I'd like to Decker to jack in. Alright, let's do your due diligence, as it were. Attacker ESP, Exploder ESP. Let's launch the attacker first. Nice. Interesting that he only took a hit from one. Miss. And I don't like that that guy's now charged at 100%, but it is what it is. That guy goes down. Really like the Mega Man Battle Network style cyber combat. Yeah. Fun stuff. Okay, cannot move. Oh! Miss. Miss. Okay, let's go ahead and heal you. Get you over to there. And there, I think. Ugh. Oh, I suppose I have to take down all of the ice before I can actually unlock the thing. There. Let's head back on over here. Oh, nope, actually I don't even need to do that. Because the doors are open. Alright, front door's open. Let's just, head on in then. Okay, we see some biolabs there. What is this? Scientific terminal. The system appears to contain an inventory control system for Shadowrun biosciences merchandise. The items are spelled out in amber lettering against a solid black background. A glowing cursor awaits your input. Shadowrun bioscience, product and specimen inventory. Large chem wing, tissue banks and organ farm. Breakdown and analysis, replication and fabrication. Executive wing, contract fulfillment. Animal testing wing, special projects. Entry provides a complete breakdown of these standard organs that are being grown in the organic chemistry wing of Shadowrun Bioscience. It seems that the lab is outfitted with the capacity to mass-produce vat-grown metahuman organs, including hearts, kidneys, livers, and lungs. This material will then be used for testing purposes. This entry contains a complete log of studies performed by Shadowrun employees on the products of competing biotech companies. BioWare samples by Universal Omnitech, Shiwase, Proteus AG, and Biogene have all gone under the knife here, and the results of each dissection has been meticulously recorded. This entry contains notes on Shadowrun's attempts to replicate products that it had previously dissected and studied. According to the information here, Shadowrun had achieved a shocking level of success at producing genetic versions of a wide variety of commercial and restricted BioWare products. These knockoff products were commissioned by an outside investor and had been moved into cold storage in the executive wing pending transport. Contract fulfillment. This entry contains a complete breakdown of the organs waiting in cold storage to be claimed by clients and investors. Scanning over the list, you see a number of high-end security level enhancements in inventory. BioWare like this would normally run tens of thousands of Nuyen. If this is what Escabel was commissioning Shadowrun to produce, he could undercut all of his competitors and still make an ungodly profit. Special project. This entry details a number of projects that involve invasive testing on awakened animals. There are listings for a number of hellhounds, including their complete medical histories. It appears that most of the experimental procedures listed were performed on a subject named Billy, who or what Billy might be has been left undisclosed. Oh, I hate that. That's gonna suck. Observational terminal. This terminal governs the animal testing wing of Shadowrun Bioscience. Data entries concerning animal test subject and the procedures performed upon them fill the menu screen. Hellhound testing protocols and Basilisk testing protocols. Let's take a look at the Hellhound one first. This entry contains notes on a variety of invasive test procedures that were performed on a kennel of Hellhound test subjects. There are several memos appended to the file. Apparently the scientists working in the animal testing wing were far less convinced that working with dangerous fire-breathing animals would yield useful results than the executives were. Sorry, that was in poor taste. Oh, was Billy a goat? I mean, I have a sneaking suspicion of a memory of what Billy was. I'm not going to spoil it. This entry covers the various forms of experimentation and testing performed on Shadowrun's prized possession, a rare albino basilisk acquired from an exotic animals dealer in Portugal. It appears that the basilisk was being used as the primary focus of a passion project at Shadowrun, an attempt to create a magically active piece of bioware. Why the executives in charge of the project felt that a basilisk would make an appropriate test subject is not clarified. The list of procedures performed on this creature is extensive, including a series of unanesthetized thoracic surgeries. Oh boy! Maybe don't do that. Maybe don't do that. Okay, and there's the other door. Okay, this is gonna lead to the sewer down below. Okay, let's see. Clearance B panel, keycard panel. Oh boy. Okay, so the only open option that we have is the sewer. I have a feeling this is what I would have been fighting through if I had chosen to go in through the vent. That doesn't mean that we won't find anything down here. Oh boy. There's another clearance B panel. Locked safe. Oh, we've got climbing locations. Okay, that could take us in through there. Oh boy. Alright, we're going to be navigating some pretty serious stuff through here, aren't we? Oh, look, a thing. Oh, $47. Okay, cool. Well, New Yen, you know what I mean. Anything? Nope, okay. Nothing interesting back here. So, it's interesting that the Class B door is still a door down here instead of something we can climb. See what I mean? And that's going to be something we can climb later. Is there some way we can hack this? No. The door is maglocked shut, and it appears that someone in the not-too-distant past has smeared its surface in feces. The door's key swipe access system has clearance B access only printed on its case. Okay. Well, let's climb up into the next room over. Oh! Unauthorized access detected. Priming weapon systems for pacification. Oh, good. It's drones. Alright, let's get over into that. Let's get the strata drone locked in. Yeah, let's see if we can't. Alright, Glory. Do that voodoo that you do so well. Yeah, let's see if we can pierce some armor, shall we? Oh, beans. Missed. Alright, get you in that. Send your drone out as well. Oh, goodness. Dagger. Let's see, which is going to be better here? Probably the shoddy. Shoddy, yaddy, 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 yaddy. Nice. Ow. Ow. Alright, Robodoc, your turn. Get you over there. Oh, actually, hang on. Yeah, let's bonk. No? Okay. Maybe another one. There we go. Electricity enemy and does AP damage. Ooh, that's nice. Nice. Alright, let's get you a little closer there, bud. Oh, come on! You can be more accurate than that. Oh my goodness. Not enough ammo. Yeah, no, I know. Oh, rude. Oh my goodness, Glory, what is going on, girl? Alright. Oh, let's get that door override. Oop. Yeah, unlock the door. Oh, good. Some more Nuyen. Alright, nothing interesting in here. Don't like the radiation symbol on the wall there, but okay. Oh! A wild-eyed young man in a tattered lab coat confronts you. His beard is bushy and unkempt, but bare patches of skin show through. You there! Who are you? He stalks towards you, his hands twitching. How dare you enter my domain? Easy there, pal. I thought this lab was abandoned. Abandoned? This is my territory. My home. You have invaded my territory, she-elf, and you have murdered my peasantry. Oh boy. Oh boy. Blitz mutters under his breath. We've got a live one here, Chief. He continues his rant without pausing for breath. You are a murderer. A monster. You will pay. Hold up. Who are you? I am Philip Rex, the Night King of Shadowrun Bioscience. I will have you banished for your transgressions, she-elf. Banished to the underworld and left to the ravages of the all-powerful Billy. He pauses, blinking. Hold still while I fetch the robots that will banish you. Slow down there, Night King. What are you talking about? I am the sovereign ruler of this building, now and forever. He puffs his chest out a bit further. By rate of succession, the former laboratories of Shadowrun Bioscience belong to me. Succession? Who died? His eyes bulge. Everybody! Everyone but me. Once I shared authority with another, my dear friend Heiner. Our Umberit led this building into a golden age. Together we liberated the animal testing labs and annexed them into our territory. But then Heiner got eaten by Billy, and the burden of leadership fell onto my shoulders. I did my best to make life good for the peasantry. I scrubbed their plastic cases on a daily basis, and I crooned pleasing melodies to ease their troubled minds. But those days are over now. My peasants are dead. I destroyed something beautiful. All right, sire. I'm sorry about your peasants, but I'm on an important, quest? The grief on his face instantly vanishes. What replaces it looks like curiosity. Oh. Well, that changes everything. Perilous quests and civilian casualties go together like chocolate and peanut butter. Can't stay mad at you for that. Tell me about this quest of yours, good she-elf. Leave nothing to the imagination. He leans forward, smiling. You have my rapt attention. I need to get my hands on the BioWare prototypes being stored in the executive wing. His eyes go wide. The executive wing? Madness! Take this as a warning, noble stranger. If you intend to forge your way through into the land of milk and honey, you do so at your own peril. The underworld stands between you and your goal, and the underworld is home to the murderous Billy. I think I've read about this Billy. He was Sutherland's albino basilisk, right? Was is right. Now he is so much more. A creature of legend. Years of experimentation have remade the beast into the ultimate killing machine. He's smarter than 10 men and 5 times as deadly. This Billy is standing in my way. I guess I'll have to kill him. He snorts. A fool's errand. Heiner tried to kill Billy once. He thought that by eating the beast, he could steal its power. Hubris. Billy devoured my friend for his insolence, and the last remaining copy of Keycard E was lost. He was a beautiful fool, that Heiner. I told him that we didn't need to eat Billy, that we could survive indefinitely on synthesized cardiac tissue and choco nubs. But he wouldn't listen, and Keycard E was lost. And without it, I can no longer access the executive wing and its executive snack bar. I have eaten nothing but vat-grown metahuman organs for a year and a half, stranger. I would kill for a choco nub. I think that I've heard all I need about Billy. Just tell me how to get into the executive wing. Very well, stranger. If you cannot be dissuaded, I will help you. The ragged lad tech fishes in his coat pocket with a bony hand and produces a thin slip of plastic. He presents it to you with a flourish. This is my most prized possession, the incomparable Keycard B. Using this, you can descend to the underworld and face Billy. If you should survive the encounter, search for the long-missing Keycard E. Use it to reopen the executive wing, and I will see to it that you are richly rewarded. Sure, bud. Okay. Well, I see more things to interact with. Ooh, is this where we're gonna get the best piece of music in the game? Looks like this media setup is wired into the building's security system. Video feeds from the camera all over the facility can be viewed here. Search the machine's video archive. Paging through the computer's file system, you find a number of archived video feeds from the building's surveillance system. In addition, episodes 1 through 6 of an old Slovakian period fantasy series called Night Kings of Lightning Hold have been saved to the machine's desktop. I remember that show. It was horrible. I mean, really, really bad. Made Neil the Orc Barbarian look like high art. Me and my buddies in the Schwarzhausen used to get high and laugh at it. It only ran like 7 episodes before it got pulled. According to the computer's file system, each of the 6 episodes has been viewed over 400 times in the past 2 years. The last marathon viewing was this morning. I've watched the security archive dated 18 months ago. As the video feed kicks in, Philip is engaged in an animated discussion with someone who's standing just outside camera range. You can see his shoes and his shadow, but nothing more. The voice sounds human. You'd guess that the off-camera speaker is a man in his early 20s. Look, we've survived this long. If we play our cards right and do a proper bit of rationing, I reckon that we can live off the executive snack bar for a long time to come. Plenty of fat and sugar. Those won't be a problem. We've got mixed nuts for protein, and we can get our vitamins and minerals from diet bars. There aren't many of those, but like I said, we'll ration. I'd be willing to bet that we can hold out for 2 to 3 months on what's stashed in that snack bar. We're sure to be rescued before we run dry. You're fooling yourself, man. Ignoring an unpleasant truth rather than facing it. We have to accept the fact that we could be stuck in here for the long haul. Snacks are great and all, but they can't be our staple foodstuff. We need to stretch them out as far as humanly possible, and that means supplementing them with something more substantial. There's a long pause. You don't mean... Look, just think of it like farming, right? If we look after our crops, we'll always have food to eat. We have enough supplies on hand to keep the tissue cultures and Orchem wing growing indefinitely. What I'm talking about is growing meat for our own survival. That's all it is. Meta-human meat, Phil. Synthetic hearts and livers and kidneys grown to be implanted into people like you and me. You're talking about eating people parts. It's fucking disgusting and I won't do it. Unless you fancy dying of malnutrition, you're gonna have to. You know that as well as I do. Organ meats are rich in vitamins and minerals. Choline, CoQ10, vitamin D, bioavailable iron, all things we're gonna need if we want to survive in the long term. You won't find much vitamin D in licorice sticks and choco nubs. You're talking like they're never going to rescue us. We're in Berlin, Heiner. What they? Who do you think is coming? We need to be prepared to survive here for a long time, maybe years, and that means making the most of our resources at our disposal. Talking about resorting to cannibalism, man. No, I'm talking about eating meat. I mean, there's synthetic human parts, it's kinda okay. Yeah, they've never been part of a human. Now, that said, prion disease is a possible issue, so, you know, make sure that you don't have any protein misfolds in the synthesis process, but, you know. An image flickers onto the frame. Philip, leaning against a wall, listlessly chewing on an unidentifiable hunk of cooked meat. He looks miserable. The drone comes to inspect him, and he pushes it away. Heiner's voice crackles over the intercom. Philip doesn't look up. Going now, Phil. No more arguments, okay? There's a long pause. In lieu of responding, Philip takes another bite of meat and gnashes at it with his teeth. I'll kill that fucking thing. You'll see. That goddamn basilisk is going down. Once we can get down into the sewers again, we might be able to find a way out. This is our chance, Philip. Wish me luck. Honestly, it's just grown protein. No one was killed for it. Exactly. Like, that's the thing. Like, there's no moral weirdness because it didn't come from a person. It's just fat-grown protein. Again, though, definitely watch out for prion misfolds, because, ugh. The video feed flickers onto the screen. Best piece of music in the game. The video feed flickers onto the screen. In it, you find Philip standing in the corner of the room that you're in now. He looks haggard, exhausted, and he carries a haunted look in his eyes. Heiner is notably absent. Just make sure it grows right, exactly. Cheap synthesized music pipes in from somewhere off-screen. Philip turns to stare in the direction that the music came from. A smooth baritone voice sings out a phrase in Slovak. A half-second later, a different voice shouts a translation in German. Night Kings of Lightning Hold! Oh man, that's it. That's the show. Oh, I forgot how bad the dub job was. Philip stares, glassy-eyed, as the show begins. Synthesized music blares. A deep trollish voice rumbles out of the media center speakers. I, Titonius Rex, will defend my realm! I do so swear by my magic sword, Argonar! This I do swear! Actress. An alarmingly breathy elvish voice sings out in response. But Titonius, the Jubbathon hordes will smite you if you stay. The people in that valley are only peasants. You needn't throw your life away for them. Flee with me into the enchanted wood of Trallasheen. Please make it stop. My life is sworn to protect those peasants, she-elf. Run back to your enchanted trees if you will, but a Night King it will never flee. But Titonius, her voice comes out a lilting wail. You cannot die. I love you. Then go to your father and beseech him to rally his elf troops southwards. For if Titonius Rex falls, Lightning Hold will fall, and Lightning Hold will not fall. Patrol drones on, audibly struggling to emote and occasionally tripping over his lines. Overall, the acting quality is roughly on par with what you'd expect from a primary school Christmas pageant. Philip stares at the screen, listlessly chewing his meat. His nose is wrinkled in distaste, and his fists clench and unclench. Yes, by the power of lightning hold. Mercifully, the video feed cuts to static. The screen flickers, and a video feed of Philip pops onto the screen. He's standing in the corner, watching an episode of Night Kings of Lightning Hold. His jaw hangs slack, and he stares at the screen in rapt attention. But Father, Titanius Rex is risking his life, nay, his very soul, to defend Lightning Hold from the Jubathons. His enchanted sword, Argo Nar, feeds upon his honor and bravery, and it seeks to transform him from a noble Night King into an evil demon lord. Philip's lips move silently, mouthing the words as they are spoken. Evidently, he has committed the entire script to memory. The elderly-sounding elf actor. My darling daughter, that is why I cannot send my troops. Your beloved Titanius Rex walks the knife's edge between light and darkness every time he draws that devil blade from its scabbard. It is long past time that you learned the truth about me, Brenathe. I was the one who trapped the demon lord Karabarok within that blade. The breathy actress lets out a sharp gasp. Phil mimes the motion, and a tear begins to trace its way down his cheek. But Father, you can't mean... Yes, my daughter, I was the one they called Thunder Spear, but sworn enemy of Titanius Rex's people, the Hunga barbarian tribe. Then all of this is your fault. The Jubathons, the threat to my beloved soul, all of it. It was the only way to save Trellasheen, my dear daughter. Trellasheen and your mother, whom I hid away when you were but a girl. She's still alive, Brenathe. A security drone floats by to inspect Philip. Idly, he reaches out and begins to stroke its casing, petting it as if it were a house cat. The video feed flickers and sputters out, and you find yourself back at the main menu. Oh, hello?
The fire brought a gross bug inside again.
Oh. Does he still have a hold of it, or did he let it loose?
It's in a jar, but Lynn's looking at it like it's candy.
Oh, of course she is. Okay, keep her off of it for just a moment. I've got one more thing to finish here, and I'll be right with you. The screen flickers, and Philip appears on the screen. He appears to be dancing with one of the security drones. The little machine weaves and bobs frantically to avoid colliding with him, and with every motion, the lab tech slides in to fill the empty space. Around and around they go, twirling and writhing across the laboratory floor. There's an enormous smile on Philip's face. And the lights go dim, and an alarm begins to sound. Danger! Danger! Intruder detected. Security protocols engaged. I admire your bravery, noble vassal. Philip rests a hand on top of the little drone. This is my fight. I, Philip Rex, will defend this land with my life. Indeed, with my very soul. Sir, please clear the area. Hostiles inbound. No, noble spirit, it is you who must... I repeat, clear the area. Hostiles inbound. He nods slowly, his face beaming with pride. Maybe you're right. I am already a Night King. Perhaps it is your time to shine. I will not rob you of this moment of glory. I will allow you your moment in the sun. When you return victorious, I will grant you lands and titles to reward your heroism. Please clear the area. Philip turns and steps out of camera range. The drone is joined by two others, which wait in a holding position facing the camera. The picture breaks into static, and the video feed cuts off. Well, yep, that happened. So yeah, we're going to take one more commercial break. We're going to run a little bit long today, but hey, that's kind of the name of the game at this point with this, just so I can finish out this mission. And then I'll find a place to send you all off to, alright? So, we'll be back in 5 minutes. Stand up, stretch, do all that good stuff, and I'll see you soon. see. The key panel's LED indicator blips into a more pleasant hue, and the door unlocks with a thunk. Oh look, extra med supplies. Actually, no, let's send this item to my stash. Oh, a lock safe. Safe chirps and the door swings open. Nice. What do we get? Oh, an auto injector for bliss. Neat. Oh, okay, there's nothing in here. Okay. Well, I am glad that we went in there. Let's make another detour down here. Oh boy. Key panels, LED indicator, blips from red to green, and the lock thunks open. Oh! Oh, I see. Yeah, that is very much not a, no longer a basilisk. Okay, let's see. First off, the Strata 9 drone. Send you over there, bud. And get myself out of the line of fire. How about that? Glory, do that thing, do that beautiful voodoo that you do so well. Let's try an eviscerate attack. Miss. Miss. Okay, cool. Cool, cool, cool. Love that for us. Turn on Max, the, our third drone here. Okay, good hit. Okay. Tiger, how the fuck? Oh, cool. Cool. All right, let's bring up the Robodoc then. Boop. Okay. Okay, that guy's dead. Gory Glory. Yep. Yep. She is doing the good work. Let's see if we can remove some AP from that guy. Oh, yes, we can. Nice. You know what? Yeah, let's get him into that. Just cover's always good, you know? Nice. Oh, and out of ammo. Okay, cool. That's fine. Nice. Okay. Woo! Oh, uh-oh. Big uh-oh. Alright, I guess I'll just send it here then. Where did that thing even come from? Nice! Good crit, good crit. Alright, now we go. We are good to go.
Rejoice in the glory of combat!
Ow! Oh, explaining that philosophy to people is always a little bit weird. Like the executive clearance card, thank you. E-panels, light blips to a more pleasant hue and the door unlocks. Man's gonna get himself some Choco Nub. Thank you, my friend. You have granted me the secret desire that my heart yearned for the most, the respectable supply of non-organ-based foods. You will always be welcome in these hallowed halls. I, Philip Rex, do so swear. You're really into that Night Kings of Lightning hold, aren't you? Staring at you, he slowly nods. It is my life. My entire life. My reason for being. But smirks. Wow, must be rough being that big a fan and not seeing the ending. He realizes as though he's been struck. You're saying that there's more? Yeah, the last episode before it got cancelled. You know, the hastily written final chapter where you find out what happens to the Javathon invasion? I'd always thought that they left the ending to the imagination, like a beautiful dream. He fidgets uncomfortably. But now the dream is over. I will never know peace until I've seen this conclusion for myself. He lurches forward, his hands clasped in supplication. You must help me. You must find a way to show me the final episode. I need it. I'm willing to bet I could do that, Chief. This guy might not know how to disengage. Well, thank you very much for the posture check. Put the shoulders back. There we go. This guy might not know how to disengage the quarantine, but I bet that I can. And once we reestablish the building's matrix connection, it's no big deal for me to download that last episode for him to watch. If nothing else, it'll keep him occupied for a while. What's up, Weather? I don't see why you shouldn't. Go on. Sure thing, Chief. Turn. Fair enough. I should hydrate. That does finish off my water, however. I have soda, but you know. Sure thing, Chief. The terminals in this building are all networked together, so I should be able to drop the quarantine from any computer in the place. Oh, thank you. Thank you! Tears streamed down his cheeks. This is the happiest day of my life. The intrepid Sheela returns. What can I do for you? I want to know about the prototype BioWare. We should all hydrate Sheela at the same time. Maximize hydration of the gobbo. It's BioWare. Pretty standard stuff. Pain editors, trauma dampers, orthoskin, things like that. And all of it was reverse engineered from existing BioWare products, right? I've read up on Sutherland's process. Yes, that's right. Knockoffs. He nods slowly. Dangerous work. Illegal most places, but not here in Berlin. Our investor needed it that way. I guess that explains why Escabal didn't hire a company in Spain. He nods eagerly. Yes, too risky. Here in Berlin, no problems with the law, because there is no law. Just have to be careful. All for not now, though. Our copies were good, just like the real thing, but who cares? It's all just meat in the end. If you won't miss that, meat, I'll take it off your hands. Go right ahead. Fill your pockets. Take whatever you like. I, on the other hand, will avail myself of the snack bar. Tell me about your peasantry. I love them. They're like family to me. When I'm hungry, they're the ones who harvest the meat for me to cook from the cultured organ lab. When I'm in need of company, they keep me warm. It sounds cozy. It is. You killed 3 of them, but I can activate more. He rubs his chin, grinning. They will return to me, and I will show them the love that only a true ruler can. I will bathe them in affection, and then, just how many more peasants do you have in this building? Oh, hundreds. The security system here is quite state-of-the-art. User-friendly, too. It didn't take long to figure out how to make some peasants wake up, and others go to sleep. I allow the majority of my peasantry to rest peacefully, basking in the benevolence of my rule. I could wake them at any time, but why? I say let them rest. That's probably for the best. Can we talk about something else? He blinks. Oh, of course. What do you need? I want to know a little more about the underworld. The nether realm that lies beneath the hallowed halls of Shadowrun bioscience. A nightmarish labyrinth of dripping pipes and filthy brickwork. Billy rules the supreme down there. Well, he did. To set foot into the underworld meant certain death. Hello, Circuit! How are you doing? We are dealing with someone who's been locked in a bioscience lab for 2 years and has taken to believing he exists in a mythological realm. We're talking about a sewer, right? The underworld is just a sewer? Yes, it is a sewer, but it is also a nightmarish labyrinth that... Yeah, gotcha. What happened here? What caused the lockdown? A calamitous series of events. Began with a spilled cup of soy calf and ended in terror and blood. He falls silent. There's a long, awkward pause. And... He blinks confusedly. You want more? Yes, that wasn't an explanation. Then you shall have one. Where to begin? On the morning of the lockdown, all was well. Giesler, an executive, was making his rounds, walking from console to console to check up on us. He held a bubbling cup of soy calf in his stubby little hands. We all knew that food and drink were forbidden outside of the employee lounge, but Giesler was a proud man, and he would not obey the rules. His pride was our undoing. He tripped and fell, and his soy calf spilled onto a console in the animal testing wing. There was a terrible snap of shorting circuits, coupled with the stench of ozone. All over the building, emergency lights flashed, and alarms blared. The building went into quarantine mode. He raises his voice and gestures theatrically. Doors locked, shutters slammed closed. We were all trapped like rats inside, but we were not afraid. We were sure that the malfunction would be fixed within the hour. We did not know what was coming for us. Unbeknownst to us, Giesler's devil beverage had done more than initiate a false quarantine. It had also shorted the locks on Billy's cage. The albino basilisk slipped its bonds, and in that moment, its reign of terror began. His voice climbs to a roar. Within an hour of the spill, Billy had slaughtered everyone who could have disengaged the lockdown. Executives were torn limb from limb, their business attire was shredded, their expenditure reports bathed in blood, and the rest of us were trapped inside this with the savage beast. He falls silent, blinking. As you watch, his expression clouds. When he speaks again, his voice is small. In the end, only Einer and I remained. We managed to trap Billy in the underworld. There was no hope of escape for us. It's been 2 years. Someone must have come knocking before now. No. As far as the outside world was concerned, we were still under quarantine protocols. Nobody knew why, and nobody cared. The building had presumably been sealed for a reason, and the world at large wasn't in a hurry to crack it open again. Heiner and I found ourselves completely isolated from the outside world, with a terrible creature running loose in the basement. Our choices were to give up and die, or to make the best of it. The manic cheer that you've come to expect floods back into the lab tech. He spreads his arms wide, a knowing smile on his face. And as you can plainly see, we chose the latter. We persevered and eventually transformed this husk of a building into the glorious kingdom that you find yourself in today. It was all for the best in the end. I tamed this land and I have grown to love it. I will never live anywhere else. Alright, I gotta go. I'll see you around. Yeah, later. He sure is a character. We've got BioWare samples that direction. Executive toilets over here. Neat. Okay. Oh, and even showers. Goodness gracious. Yeah. Have Blitz disengage the building's quarantine protocols. Alright, Chief, watch me work. Blitz plugs his cyberdeck into the terminal and punches the escape key with a flourish. A second later, he hits the Y key. Building lights flicker. That can't have been it. You still have to do something else, right? Jack into the Matrix or something? Nope, that's it. Quarantine disengaged. And now to get Phil the last episode of his bullshit Trid show. Fingers dance over the deck's keypad. A few minutes later, he glances up with a smile. Done and done. The horrible conclusion to that terrible show is waiting for Phil in his media center. You want to know how it ends? Not particularly. Too bad, because I'm telling you anyway. Titonius Rex and his elf sweetie's dad make up. A bunch of elves fight the Gibathons and get their asses kicked, and the whole Karabork the Demon Lord subplot is dropped because the show's effects budget got cut. In the end, Titonius saves Lightning Hold by rallying a peasant revolt. It comes out of nowhere, barely makes sense, and the whole thing ends in a vomit-inducing love scene. It's a goddamn train wreck. Hey, whatever, as long as it keeps Phil happy. I don't know if it will keep Phil happy, but we're gonna find out together. The quarantine's off now. The final episode of your show is on the records computer. Then, yes, peace will be known and brought to the land. Bill runs off, running in the direction of the Broken's room. I did gain 1 karma for that, though. For better or for worse. As you emerge, blinking into the light of day, you find yourself standing face to face with a veritable wall of security personnel. A man in an expensive suit raises a megaphone to shout at you. You, stay right where you are! The megaphone really isn't necessary, man. I'm standing right here. You'll place the stolen BioWare samples that you're carrying on the ground, then lie on your belly with your hands on your head. Do it now, or I will order my men to open fire. I didn't steal anything. The owner of this material commissioned me to retrieve it for him. Escabel, you mean? Yes, we know all about him. He has quite a reputation back in Spain. We're with Shiawase street scum, and that material infringes on 15 of our company's patents. The organs that you're carrying are based on our intellectual property. This is unbelievable. This place is locked down for 2 years, and you choose today to come visit? You think that's a coincidence? We came when the quarantine was broken. We've had eyes on this place since the lockdown went into effect. You called us here when you opened the doors. Why the wait? You could have broken into this place months ago. The building was quarantined, idiot. It's cheaper to set up a camera than it is to mount a hazmat cleanup effort. As long as that counterfeit merchandise was contained, we didn't care whether it was here. But it will not hit the streets. Now shut your mouth and hit the floor, or I'll order my admin to open fire. Put your hands on your head and lie down or we'll shoot you. Oh, that sounds like someone wants to die today. Yep, don't make me kill you, man. He shakes his head in disgust. Idiot Shadowrunner. You people don't know when to keep your mouth shut. Men, open fire! A shrill voice crackles over the building's intercom system. It reverberates through the empty streets. You will not threaten this woman, Gibbathon dog! The fuck? Too long have my people lived in fear of your aggression. I, Philip Rex, will protect this land from your mongrel deprivations. The corporate spokesman turns to address the security officers behind him. You two, into the building and find out whoever's on the intercom and silence him. Yes, sir. Turns back to face you, reaching for the sidearm on his hip. And as for you, the lab tech's voice rings down from the speakers. Underneath it, you hear the distinctive sound of fingers hammering on a keyboard. Peasants, arise and defend your home. You need only believe in yourself. The power is yours. Sounds like he got far enough in the, 7th. Oh my god, the drones are playing the theme! Ah, that's great. It sounds like he got far enough into the episode to find the peasant revolt. Oh, that's great. Ow. Can you not? Okay, well, we're gonna bring up the strata drone real quick. Doop 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 doop. And then I'm gonna get myself into cover. Iger, it's time to do your thing. Okay, pop up Max as well. And get Blitzen cover as well. And now it's time for Iger to do Iger things. Flat. Oh, nope. Okay, I guess not. Well, that was a lot. I did not enjoy that. Ha! Hit your own guy. Wow, they really brought, like, all of the good Knight Errant guys, huh? Oi! Alright, Stratodrone. Get you over there. Hey, Glory. Just see if you can take this bitch out. There we go. Nice. Ooh. Didn't mean to whack you as well, Glory. Sorry. Yeah, shotguns sure do shotgun things, don't it? Nice. Yeah, let's go after this guy. Ooh. Don't think this guy's gonna survive this turn. Man in suit tries to evolve. Man in suit has evolved into man in chunks. Ain't that the truth? Nice. As the smoke begins to clear, a cry of jubilation sounds out over the Shadowrun Bioscience Building's intercom system. We've done it! We've done it, my friends! The Jubathon hordes have been defeated. With this great victory, I declare a new age of exploration and commerce. My peasants will form trade agreements with our neighboring kingdoms for the betterment of all. You get that your neighboring kingdoms are just office buildings, right? Yes, of course, in the same way that Shadowrun Empire is just an office building, eh? Empire? Since when is... Don't question him, just roll with it. We need to get this Bioware back to Escabel before it starts to thaw. The intercom crackles to life. Farewell, stalwart she-elf. We will remember you always. You hear the rustling sound of Phil pushing himself away from the intercom. A few seconds later, the building's external speakers fall silent. Well, fun. I wonder if folks over here have anything to say about any of that. Nope. Okie dokie. Well, back to the Christ Bazaar we go. Yep. The Yvonne trip back from Adnauerplatz is a shaky one. Surprisingly, the train is packed. The only empty seats are at the very back of the car. A haggard-looking young mother marches down the aisle, dragging her 3 screaming children behind her. Mood. 2 boys and a girl, each around 6 years old. As the woman nears you, her eyes fix on the frozen pouches of bioengineered meat that you liberated from Shadowrun's executive freezer. She opens her mouth to say something, but at that moment, the little girl jams a finger into her brother's nose, the boy howls, and the young mother's shoulders slump. Slowly, robotically, she turns back towards her destination and begins to trundle forward, dragging her squalling offspring forward with the solemnity of a funeral procession. Eventually, the train hums to a stop. You debark gratefully, lugging a freezer's worth of Bioware samples behind you. It's not worth it, ma'am. It's just not worth it. And we've gained 2 more karma. Neat. Oh, actually, I guess I can go this direction. Yep, there we go. Like, I don't even say that as a threat. Like, you got other priorities, you know? Escabel expression brightens as he catches sight of you. Oh, you're back. Do you have my merchandise? I do, in fact. It's right here. He greedily snatches the samples from your hands. So you do, yes. Yes, this is exactly what I've been waiting for. Good work, Sheela. The doctor turns away, rifling through the samples and inspecting their labels. Looks like a kid in a candy store. As per our agreement, there will be no monetary compensation for this run, but if you'll give me a moment, I'll add the samples that you've recovered to my inventory. He looks over the samples that you brought him and eagerly begins punching their serial numbers into his PDA. I think you'll be pleasantly surprised. And now, if you'll excuse me. The sentence trails off as if he returns attention to his merchandise. But there are a few more details we need to discuss. Fine. Let's make this quick, alright? I want to get this merchandise logged into inventory before it starts to thaw. The Shiawase Corporation had its eyes on that building. I had to fight one of their retrieval teams. Oh, I can't say that I'm surprised. They were instrumental in engineering my downfall back in Spain. Bastards brought me all manner of drummed up charges against me. The Tabloid Press had a field day. I wouldn't worry about Shiawase. They may have their files on me, but they won't take any direct action against the Kreuzbazar. I have information on several of their executives that would be quite embarrassing if it ever came to light. Don't you want to know what caused the lockdown? A flicker of irritation passes over his face, and he reluctantly turns back to you. Yes. Yes, I suppose that I do. Go ahead, tell me. I'm all ears. It was a stupid accident. Somebody spilled soy cap on a control console and a bunch of test animals killed the researchers. That is frustrating, but I suppose that's all water under the bridge. I have my merchandise after all. One of the researchers survived, though. He's gone insane in there over the past couple of years. Refuses to leave. He's something called a Night King. How tragic. He pauses for a moment, considering, then shrugs. As far as I'm concerned, he can stay there as long as he likes. The lease is paid through 2061, and I don't need the building for anything. That's uncharacteristically generous of you, Doctor. The money is already spent, Sheela. I can't get a refund, and the cleanup costs on getting the building up and running would ruin me. So it's going to sit idle, one way or the other. Anyway, I already have what I need from the facility. If your loyal friend wants to play out his fantasies in there, he's more than welcome to. I wash my hands of it. There, that's all I needed. I'll let you get back to your inventory. Oh, I also found this schematic. Can you make and install it? Interesting. These types of implanted injectors have become popular with some of the local gangs. Yes, I can install it, though I will need payment for the materials. Alright, well, let me take a look at your cyberware. Let's see. Ortho skin and one to armor. BioWare adds thrombocyte production at a high level, eliciting trauma from recent wounds. Neat. Uses boosting intelligence by 1. Toxin exhaler. Ooh. Induction data jack. Useful for riggers and deckers who don't want to sacrifice valuable headwear space. Yamatetsu Alphaware. Okay. There are pheromones. The toxin inhaler. Yep. Riggers and deckers. Answer designator, eye data jack. Favorite of spies and infiltrators. Hey, we got the Silvertech cyber arm. We got that Johnny Silverhand. I'm trying to remember how you get the third AP, and I wanted to say that it was a cyberware option. But maybe I was wrong. Or maybe it's like an endgame cyberware option. That could also be it. Alrighty, let's take a look. We've done that. Okay, I think we're done with all of the optional stuff. So we've got our 2 missions of taking the U-Bahn to Pharma Laboratory Complex and take the U-Bahn to the AG Chemi Europa. First things first, let's see. I don't think I have enough money yet for the thing I want from Madit. I want to double check. I do. Oh, I have exactly enough money for it. Aw, hell yeah. Give me that steel inks, babe. Nice. And then how much karma do I have to spend? Okay, I've got 7 karma. So let's take a look at what we can... Oh, beans! Hang on a second. Double mortar. Oh, this will be bloody. Hello, Toxan. Hang on, when was my last... autosave? Ah, it's fine. I'll make more money. Because that sure is gonna open up the class S
Because God has cursed me for my hubris, and my work is never finished.
Yep, exactly. Oh, she doesn't have them in stock. Okay, well, that's fine then. I don't know. I may go back to the Strato 9 because of, like, just machine guns being overall a more, what's the word I'm looking for here? Efficient way of doing combat. Or alternatively, I haven't gotten a lot of use out of the Robodoc drone. But I don't know, having an extra healer on the team and free medkits is just always good. You know? Yeah. We'll try it out for a mission. Let's pop into the safe house. I don't know, I don't have to, but you know. Save game. Hit that save button. All right, there we go. And let's head back over to the just chatting screen, because now is about the time where I'm going to send you all off to see somebody else. Alrighty. Let's see. Where is that? There we go. Oh, well, this has been a lovely day, folks. We got to do a lot of storytelling, and it was enough to take my mind off of the real world for a good long while. Again, be kind to yourselves, be kind to others, take action when needed, and raise your voices to make the world a better place. Thank you very much for stopping by, weary travelers, and thank you in particular to our 2 raiders that we had earlier today, which were, once again, Keegan Lupin and Lamp Devil. If you're not aware of both of them, go check them out. But I'm pretty sure most of my regular viewers are familiar with those 2 at this point, but thank you again for the raids nonetheless. I will be back on Tuesday, January 6th, with a TTRPG co-working stream. For more information about future streams, keep an eye on our Blue Sky at Come and Go Tavern for announcements and daily check-ins from the Come and Go. I've been your hostess, Sheela Ornthalis, and if you need to prop your feet up for a little while longer, we've got some more entertainment coming up soon via a raid. So let's see who is online right now. Ooh! Loxley is streaming Drop Duchy. Okay, let's go see if they are at a commercial break or if they're just up right now. Oh, that's right. He does his commercials, like, just kind of free range. So, I'm going to send you over to see him. Drop Duchy is an amazing game. Think of it like Tetris with kind of strategy game elements mixed into it. It's very, very fun. So, I will send you off to see Loxley. Say hi from Sheela at the Come and Go Tavern, and I will see you all next time. Whoop, nope, never mind, hang on. He just ended his stream. Whoop. Oh, that's hilarious. Oh, lovely. Okay, well, wait. Did he end his stream? Hang on a minute. I'm confused now. Abort, mission not good. Thanks for the stream. Fair enough. I appreciate you. Yeah, this is the weird one. Maybe his stream is just starting. I'm gonna wait for the commercial break to break. Ah, okay. Yes, okay. So we just caught the very beginning of his stream. That's what it's gonna be. Okay, so now I'm gonna send you all over there. So ta-ta for now. Bye. Bye. Mwah, bye.